We're back again for the final day for the 2019 Australian All Schools Championships. Welcome back, everyone watching at home, if you're at home or in Perth. My name is Matt Lynch. Welcome back, Ben off the reins. It's going to be a beautiful day here in the capital of Western Australia.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can see from the footage just there, some nice tailwinds, beautiful sunshine. Really looking forward today. After what we saw yesterday, it was absolutely fantastic. Finishing off with that high jump from Holmes and also more. Tell you what an end to day two, and set something up for a brilliant day three.
Well, that's right. Day three, it's going to be basically finals. Everything's a final. Not even basically. Everything on the track is a final. On the track, it's a 1 in 10 hurdles. We go the 15s, the 1s, the 4s, and then the Swedish relays, and then we finish with a field. It's going to be a fantastic day. From start to finish, it's just non-stop medals.
Yeah, it certainly is, and obviously we saw it all set up in the heats yesterday, so we know there's going to be some great battles. There was some in the hurdles. Carver, I'm looking forward to seeing. Yeah. He got a brilliant start in the heats and just powered away. Can anyone match him in the final?
Oh, I think it's going to be fantastic. We saw the heats yesterday. This is the icing on the cake, all these finals. And it's probably, if we just saw the footage before, the conditions, it's perfect. So Friday it was super hot and we had that big break. Yesterday actually rained, but there it looks like it's a nice tailwind. It's just perfect.
Yeah, it certainly is. And when you look at it, you look at some of the other finals that are coming up. I'm really looking forward to 400s. I'm a little biased by it, but I tell you what, Atkinson versus Holder.
Yeah.
The other one, Caitlin Ferrier, how fast can she go?
Yeah.
She's sort of broken into the senior ranks. She went away to Japan with the women's 4x4, ran a brilliant split over there, and she's still just a junior. She's here at Australian All Schools. I think she can go pretty fast in this final.
Well, and we've seen the high jump conditions, like last night, they were pretty good. Can the under-18 boys high jump competition live up to the 16 boys yesterday? We've got some athletes that can jump over the 210s, 211s. We've got plenty there. Can they maybe creep up to that 216, the World Under-20 qualifying height? There's some lofty heights there. It'll be tough.
It will be tough, but, you know, from what we've seen so far in these championships, I'm not putting anything out of doubt. I tell you what, we were sitting here yesterday with that high jump competition, and we saw some of the earlier attempts at that 90, 93 sort of mark, and we're like, okay, this is starting to wrap it up. And next thing you know, athletes are just dropping bombs. They're doing first attempts, bang, 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 93, 96, 99. Next thing you know, 201, 203, 20. It just kept going.
Yeah, I think they can do it. I think it's going to be a very exciting competition. Hopefully they're using that same bag down there. But we've got two field events very shortly underway. Down at the 100-metre start end on the left of your screen, that's the girls under 18 at Javelin throw competition with 18 athletes in that. They should be starting in about 5 minutes. And then two to go on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the under 16 girls shot, but they're about 15 minutes away from starting with 25 athletes in that event. So hopefully these athletes, they'll be throwing with a tailwind in this javelin. So it's something that I'm not too familiar with. I have heard there's jabs that are good for tail and headwind.
It's all individual based. So there are athletes that love a headwind, and there's other athletes that love a tailwind. And it's an interesting one where there's been competitions in the past. Sometimes the direction can be dictated a little bit by some of the better athletes.
Yeah.
And it's sort of directed to the way I've seen it before. They direct it the way they want to go. And, you know, if you are an athlete that loves a headwind,
well,
you end up getting it that way.
Yeah.
You push for it and you get it. It's a big advantage over someone who may prefer the tailwind. And there's another one, depending on what arm you throw, if it's a crosswind, which side it is, because if it's coming directly at you and you're a right-handed thrower, next thing you know, you sort of can blow the javelin off to the side, and it makes it really difficult to try and launch a big one out there. But majority, I'd say, is probably a tailwind.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I think they should be pretty happy today. It doesn't look too heavy. It looks nice and light early in the morning. I'd say one to watch out for in this early javelin throw would be Liana Davidson. She's launched this 500-gram jav, 57.15 already this year. The meet record, 58.28, Monique Silione back in 2011. The national record, 61.47 by Mackenzie Little when she won the World Under-18 Championships back in 2013. So she's being some good company there if she can get this over. So they are throwing the 500-gram javelin, so not the World Under-20 qualifying weight. that goes up to 600 grams. So the throws won't go towards their World Under 20 qualifying, but like we were saying earlier, as soon as it hits January 1, or maybe even after this competition, it's basically their last big competition with this weight for a lot of the girls who are 17 right now. So you can see one of our first athletes, Georgia Patelli, on the runway now. It might still be in. Yeah, there we go. That's one of our first big throws out there. Now, I feel like they may have started early on us. So they are measuring these throws. It's not due to start for another 3 minutes, but this is the 10th thrower in the field, Brooklyn Utba. So I guess we're underway here. So it was 43.66 for the throw before. Ellie Reid as Utba. Plenty of height on that one. And this will test us and our guessing. I reckon that's probably maybe a 38 high, like a 38.90. I'm going to use the flags as my gauge.
Okay. We've got to get it right at some point this weekend.
Some point. Wait till the last day.
But you're probably not too far off that, being 38 high, 39 low sort of range. And if you've just joined us and you saw that it looked like it was over the 40-metre mark, it's not.
No.
So it's just a deceptive angle. And obviously, the 40-metre mark is actually a curved line. So it's not straight across
So
the
that
park.
would be pretty similar. Can we catch a glimpse there just to the left?
Because that'll give us an indication on the type of throw. So 40, 35.
Okay, so yeah.
All right.
So I would probably put the next one in and around that area. Okay, all right, all right. We've got to start. We've got a gauge.
We do. And we can work off that now and try and bring a little bit more of an educated guess on what some of these distances may be.
So Emma Cotgrove from South Australia, she comes in with a 40.72 to her name.
So look for her to throw something around that same mark as before.
Probably about a 35-metre throw there. Just a settler in the first round. So they'll all get 3 throws, with the top 8 getting an extra throw in reverse order. So the 8th best athlete throwing first down to the #1 ranked athlete. There's Ashley Sitchef next to go in this event. She'll be thrower 13. There's 18 in this javelin throw. This event coming from the 100-metre start line end, where all the team tents are. So hopefully a lot of the early athletes getting a good view. That looks to be a 41-metre throw there.
Yeah, that was big. So she has come in with a 43.88. She is one of the biggest throwers in this field, being in that top 5. So look for her to try and push for the medals. And with that throw so far, it's probably the biggest we've seen.
Yeah.
As we see Crope from the ACT. We've seen her already in a couple of events this weekend. She's back out here for the javelin. And what's she got for us in this first round? Unfortunately, just getting the nose up, just flip the jab.
So that was a 41.58 for Sitchef. Hannah Costa next from Queensland. And then we'll go Phoebe Marsh after Costa into Salumi Roberts and Liana Davidson. It's probably around the 33-metre mark there for Costa. We'll finish this first round with two of our biggest throwers. Salumi Roberts comes in with a 50-46. Leona Davids at 57-15. So here goes Marsh, comes in with a 38-58. Quite a short run up.
Still had plenty of room before the line too.
Yeah. Kept it very flat, but that'll get up and around the 35, 36 metre mark.
She gets someone out there to start with, you know, sort of settles the nerves and now gives her the opportunity to go back and really let it rip as we move in to Salumi Roberts. Definitely one of the premier throwers in this field. Comes in with the biggest seed. 50-46. Apologies. Second highest seed.
There's one more on the second page.
On the second page. So what has Roberts got here in round one? The under-18 javelin. Looks big.
Well, that is the biggest throw of the competition from what we've seen so far.
So I'd call that about a 44 metre throw, you'd say. So still a little bit off her seed of the 50. As we now shift to the thrower with the longest seed, Leona Davidson, 57-15. So if she can put anything out in that range,
unbeatable.
Field's on notice from the start. She's just been sitting back, watching them all. Well, you guys have had some fun throwing around those distances. Watch me. Oh, you can see it sail through the air.
Oh,
that's straight out there. That's right around that 50 metre mark.
I reckon it's probably about a 52. So it was 43-56 for Salumi Roberts.
So I'm going 50-12 on that throw.
So see what this could be.
So you said a 52?
I reckon, yeah.
I'm going 50.12.
Oh, 49.
49.
All right, well, our gauge is off.
You more so.
49.05.
But still, definitely the longest throw so far.
If you get it around that 40 metre mark, we've got that locked in.
Yeah.
We've got that dialed up. That's been called a flat. So it doesn't, is it called a flat when it doesn't stick in?
We'll go with that.
Cool. So it doesn't need to be, sorry, it doesn't need to stick in.
No.
It just needs to land tip first and front tip first.
Yes.
So the silver bit, the metal bit at the front, it does have an end. That is the need. So if it slides off, it skids off, that's fine. It doesn't need to stick in.
No. And only has to just touch for the rest of the javelin. And if you see it happen, you'll see the official place their hands straight up in the air.
Yep, they've called it.
Just to call it that it was a flat throw, and that will constitute a foul.
So down the bottom right-hand side of the screen, the under-16 shot put getting underway, and they have kicked off 5 minutes early as well. So I guess they're in a rush today. Just trying to get them out.
Maybe the kids,
Sunday.
Maybe the athletes are just excited to get out there, compete.
Hey, look, if they do come out of the call room early, obviously there wouldn't have been many in the call room at the time, and the chief can say, look, would you all like to start early? If they've all gotten through their warm-ups, there's no one, you know, wanting. If they all agree, they can go early. But if one athlete says no, would like to go on time, they have to wait. Which is always interesting when you're at a track event and they say, gentlemen, would you like to go early? Or ladies, would you like to go early? And if everyone says yes, you could go, no, I want to wait a minute.
I want to get my money's worth. I want to stand out here a little bit longer.
And soak it up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're all ready? No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Play some mind games.
Yeah. I don't know how it would go, but, you know, you have the option to do that.
I guess it sort of depends on who you are.
Yeah.
You know, if Sally was out there, she's like, no, I don't want to go. No one else is really going to say anything.
Yeah, well, you can't make them change their minds.
No, not at all. And Sally's earned the right to be able to do what she wants.
Exactly.
So, Di Virgilio from South Australia is up next. 37.43 was her seed coming in. What she got here in round 2. Just drifts that off to the side. So, that'll be around that 30-metre mark. So, a little bit under what she's capable of. She'll still have at least one more throw in this competition.
So this year, Liana Davidson, she's a 39 metre thrower. So she threw on the 23rd of February 2019 with the 600 gram weight. So she has already thrown over 50 metres with the heavier weight. So this will be her last ever competition, you would think, with the 500 gram. And after this, she'll graduate up into the 6s, and it'll be throwing 6s for the rest of her career. And that throw actually ranked her 61st in the world last year for under 20s. Oh, sorry, this year for under 20s.
It's not bad, as we see Maya Gordon launch one out there. She came in with a seed of 42 metres, and that has absolutely smashed it. And that's out in the range, and probably further than what Liana Davidson just threw. That's a 50-plus throw right there.
I need to keep an eye on that.
So we'll wait for the scores on this one. We can get a shot of that scoreboard. There it
50-16.
1-6.
Mia Gordon, what a throw. You could see her rushing back across the field to talk to coach. We're like, coach, it worked.
Yeah.
We did it. There's another one of the bigger throwers, Kiana Woolley-Bain. Oh, it's going to be just in the high 40s.
48 mid, you'd probably say.
Yeah, she came in with a 49.77. We missed her first round throw.
As we just saw Ashley English in the shot put. She has that seed of 11.75. But hasn't this javelin competition been turned on its head already?
It definitely has. It's only second round.
Hometown athlete, Mia Gordon, has put the rest of the field on notice.
Well, that's a bigger throw from Reed. Ellie Reed, she went 43.66 in the first round, and that's when we just came into the competition.
Willie Blaine went 47.04. What has Reed just thrown? That's another one. Could be in that 49 range, which will put her straight up into the medals at the moment. And she also rushes straight over to the fence to talk with the coach. This javelin competition really heating up. Portelli back on the runway. She's gone close to the 50. Can she pull it out here?
Oh, that'd be the high. 39's 46.56 for Reed.
So we see Benooznout from Western Australia 11.02 seed. She gets the white flag.
So Brooke Utba, she went 40.35. And that's a massive throw. That's definitely improving on her 40.35.
So, South Australian Ferguson in the shot put. As we also see Richardson from New South Wales in that javelin. So back and forth between these two events, the under-18 women's javelin and also the under-16 women's shot put. Gotta love technology these days. Split screens, being able to see both events at the same time.
And this is, you couldn't do this at the stadium.
No.
You couldn't watch both, obviously, because they're literally, what, 110 metres apart, these events? Oh, very flat and fast. Cotgrove, that'll improve on her first round of 34.35.
So it was 41.15 there for Richardson. As we saw Keegan from Victoria just with that shot put. So Sitchev.
Yeah, just a little high there. 41.50 out on her first round. I don't know if she'll improve on that one. Might take a couple of throws for the athletes just to work out the conditions, see, you know, the angle of release.
So it was 38.02 for Cotgrove.
Good 4 metres better than her first round throw, so she should be happy with that one. Let's see if Crope can get a reliable one out. She just seemed to pull down on it too much on the first throw. It's a much smoother flight. And as you can see there, that explains our situation. It definitely did land tip first, but it doesn't have to stick in. And that'll be her best throw of the day so far.
So 40.41 for Sitchev.
Also
from
close.
Queensland, so she's fairly consistent so far. As we see Costa from Queensland stepping onto the javelin runway, which this javelin runway has seen some throwers. I tell you what, Kim Mickle famously has thrown many a big throw here.
In 2016, Josh Robinson qualified for Rio here. He threw like 85.11, I think, down that end, which is, it's out there.
Yep. Kim has thrown many 63+ metre throws here as well, qualified for many world majors.
Hannah Edwards into the circle. She comes in with a seed throw of 13.26. That's a big one there. Here goes Phoebe Marsh. Oh, good release. Probably just not getting the height. It'll be just under 40 metres. So next up into the circle, into the runway, Salumi Roberts.
And also Worsfold in the shot put. Great shots there. For just setting herself and launching the shot put into the sector.
Yeah, Salumi Roberts, she's a 48.79 thrower with the heavier weight as well. So a lot of these athletes will be lining up over the next couple of months to try and score themselves to the World Under-20 qualifying mark.
And that one looks better.
Yep, that's big.
So we could potentially see another 50 plus throw, if not a 49 high at least, which will put us straight up into the medals.
Yeah, 50-16 from the throws that we've seen so far. Mia Gordon of WA. But I think that'll take the lead, though the angles do differ from that end. As Leona Davidson now.
49.08 on her first. What can she produce here? Round two. It looks good.
Oh, that's big.
That's out there.
So it's 49.72 for Salumi Roberts, but that one is well over the 50-metre mark.
So there's a good chance that'll put Leona Davidson straight into the lead. 51.6 is what she's after, as we see McShane from Tasmania in the circle for the first throw of round two. So it's a 51 throw, 51-41, 91, sorry, 51-91. So a huge throw there from Davidson. As we see Ryan, yeah, it was a flat call.
That was a close one.
It was.
You had to think about it.
The tip just landing ever so slightly before the rest of the javelin.
Yeah.
And as we see David Morrow working the board.
Oh.
It's probably the most experienced board
yeah, I was going to say.
spinner there's ever been.
He must be on a later event. He's probably on the high jump, which there's probably not a high jump for quite some time. So he's like, you know what, I'm going to come out early. I'll work the board. And honestly, it's doing wonders for us.
Oh, it is. So I might have to send him a message to say thank you for the work.
That's a big put there from Ashton Blackstock.
1490 was her seed, which was definitely one of the biggest, if not the biggest seed coming in.
Lauren, followed by Angelina, followed by Kiara.
Yeah, and she did take out that discus last night that was moved to a later time. She took that out with 47.14, Blackstock. So she's going for her second medal.
As we see McVie Norman. So Norman wasn't next on our list.
We must be missing Tully McVie and Jenna May Vanderlind, because
it's a good chance. So we may have a couple of non-starters in this event, as we see Di Virgilio from South Australia back on the runway.
Kiara, followed by Emma, followed by Mary.
As it looked like it was a throw of 36.51 there for Norman. As we see Condon from Queensland, 12.74 seed.
Oh, just not keeping it together. So Tignani down that end of 13.
13.
13.
As we see Mia Gordon, a West Australian, who launched a huge one in round 2. She went into the lead at the time. She's now been surpassed by Liana Davidson, but she's back on the runway to try and take back that first position. What has she got here in her 3rd attempt? A lot of height.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, probably a little too much. Just getting the tip of the javelin up a little too high. As you saw it there. And that will not improve her position in this competition. So 45.54 for Di Virgilio. As we watch Duncan from the ACT enter the circle for her 2nd attempt. And gets one out there. It's clean, so she'll get the white flag.
Ashley, followed by Caitlin, followed by Jessica.
Ashley English in the circle, the West Australian.
Caitlin, followed by Jessica, followed by Caitlin B.
Oh, just not in the circle, losing control of that one. Caitlin Coulter. She's probably the 2nd biggest thrower in this field, coming in with a seed throw 14.55. Just losing control of it a little bit. Emma Cotgrove.
Jessica,
No, sorry, Ellie Reid.
followed by Marley.
Oh, it's up into the low 40s. She went 46.56 on her 2nd, so I don't know if that'll improve. Looks like 45.28 for Willie Blaine before her.
Caitlin, followed by Marley, followed by Heather.
So here comes Patelli.
Marley, followed by Heather, followed by Grace.
So we're about 5 minutes away, sorry, 15 minutes away from the first track event. So we'll start with the boys under 18 110 hurdle final.
Heather, followed by Grace, followed by Liv.
Coming to the circle now, Heather Ferguson.
So 9.65 there for Ferguson. As we see Grace McMahon from Western Australia. Can she get herself over the 10-metre mark? Seems like there's a few flies around about. Gets the white flag.
Yeah, Nile was having a lot of issues with the flies earlier in the week. Seems when the sun comes out and gets hot, so do the flies. Cotgrove now, South Australian.
Bullet straight out there.
Oh, tough to mark that one, but I think that'll improve. She went 34, 38, and now I think that might have just gone a little bit further. Elise Keegan. Just looks like getting on the stop board there.
Please,
41.18 for Cotgrove. So if her seed throw was her PB, she's added a good 40 centimetres to it. Oh, Sitchev. That's a big one.
That should improve on a 41.58 that she's already currently thrown. And that's getting closer towards that mid-40 range. So she came in with a 43.88, and I reckon that's going to start to threaten that. It was 41.16 for Cotgrove. So Davies from Queensland has gone over 13 metres before. She's going to need something around about that, or maybe a bit further, to try and get herself into these medals. It's not too bad. It's getting out there towards that mark.
45.24 for Sitchev. Costas won't be up there. So I'm guessing it was a foul for Crope, who would have thrown between Sitchev and Costa. They haven't changed the board around.
As we see Hannah Edwards, another 13+ metre thrower. Probably a little bit further than Davies on a previous. As we see Marsh at the top of the runway. Her turn to throw in the third round. What can she produce here? Quick arm action. That's out towards the 40, so probably high 30s there. That was a 37-metre throw for Costa. 37.85 it is.
So Roberts, who on our score sheets at the moment sitting in third position behind Leanna Davidson and Mia Gordon. 39.79, there it is.
So back to Worsfold. It's a solid put too. It's getting close to threatening that 13-metre range.
Fair, followed by Kate, followed by Isabel.
So just missed that throw from Roberts, but we'll wait for the scoreboard to see what the distance may have been. See if she's improved. So we see Liana Davidson charging in.
So 40.07 for Roberts.
It's another good throw by Davidson, but probably not going to improve on her 51.91.
No, not from the angle that we're at here. So that should give her a good break. She'll have 7 more throws before her. As you see, man with the bum bag and the Coles shirt working the board. Oh, he's making a 1.
So it's still a 51 throw.
2, yep, okay. 20, there it is, 51.20. So consistent as they now will, thank you, my man.
Well, it's an important throw.
Yes.
If someone else happens to throw 51.91, you know you got a 50-20, 51.20 in the bank.
And you think that wouldn't happen until you watch the shot put from Doha.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone saw that competition at the IAAF World Championships,
Stupid.
what a competition that was.
The greatest shot put competition in history. Oh, big throw.
From Hipple. That's right out there. So 13.81 seed, and that may likely go past that.
So they'll rejig the order of this javelin, so it'll be a while, I'll say, before we have another throw.
So Ashlyn Blackstock, 14.90 seed.
Oh, massive.
So it was 13.38 for Hipple. So you can see another indicator of how far some of these throws are. Just around that camera is about that 13-metre mark. So we should see a 14 here, I'd say. I'll wait for the scoreboard to be flipped around. 14.41 there for Blackstock. So we've now got our indicator for the shot put. Photo finish camera. So the red flag there for McGarry. Not to be in this third round. As we see Tignani step into the circle. She's gone 13.13. We just saw Blackstock go 14.41. And looks like that one will be potentially just shy of that 13-metre mark. We'll see how close we are. 12.80, yep. So, not a bad indicator for us. Condon, the Queenslander. She fouled on her last attempt. Can she get one out here? Just getting up onto the stop board. She gets the white flag. She had to do a bit of a balancing trick to try and stay in the circle there.
The tightrope walk.
But she's done it, and she's got one out there, and that looks like it's in the low 12 range. 12 flat, there you go. And up next into the circle, Polakowski, New South Wales athlete. Oh, looks good. It's right out there. That's high 12 right there. Maybe even sneak
I think it might be nudging the 13.
over
there.
the 13. It's going to be close.
No, I don't think so. All right, spin the board our way.
12.87.
That was some quick movements. Well, you think on a digital scoreboard, 12.00 to 12.87 is actually only 3 flicks.
Yeah, it's not a difficult one.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
3 little flicks.
Sounds like you've done this before.
I think I've made a 6 upside down once. We're like, why does this look weird? I like that our man down the other end decided he put a hook on his 7. He went, yeah, why not?
Why not? You're the board man, you can do what you want. So 8.24 there for Duncan. Which makes way for Ashley English. That looks like a similar sort of range to Duncan before her. So, EDM operator waves it off. He's got the distance. And 8.68. Now to Coulter.
Yeah, the other 14-metre thrower in this field with a spin. Really hugging that right-hand side of the sector.
So it's probably just going to be shy of that 13-metre mark. Another high 12 throw. $13.31, so we might have to rejig that mark, and if it's on that side, it's bigger.
Yeah, basically. Further away.
Based on that, Stefanovic, just as we saw that throw, she will be out there pushing that 13-metre mark with that one.
I think so. But here's the first event on the track for our championships. It's the boys under 18 110 hurdle final. So from the inside, New South Wales, lane 2, Jack Weinstein. In 3 from Queensland, Kobe Hinton. In 4 from New South Wales, Mitchell Lightfoot. In 5 from WA, Lubin Benedict. In 6 from the ACT, Colby Eddowes. 7 from Victoria, Taylor Willis. In 8 from WA, Jacob Christianopoulos. And in 9 from South Australia, Zachary Scott. Now, after those heats, 3 of these athletes went sub 14. Mitchell Lightfoot went 13.88. Taylor Willis 13.93, and Colby Eddowes 13.73. So they're probably where the medals will be coming from, but it's hurdles.
It certainly is, and anything can happen, as you see in world events. You know, people take tumbles all the time. It's a high-pressure event, and after Eddowes' PB and new ACT record, he'll definitely be one to watch. The other roughie in this one was probably Histronopoulos, now under the tutelage of Ryan Purcell with Hurdle High Performance, training partner of Brianna Behan.
He went 7.28 in the long jump yesterday for a silver, and he's the younger age as well, so we'll be back again next year. Fast start there from Willis, the Victorian, and Lubin Benedict. Colby Eddowes has been left behind a little bit, a lot of work to do. Willis out in front. Here comes Lightfoot from New South Wales. Eddowes is going to have to turn up the pace, but Taylor Willis is looking comfortable, and he's going to take the win there. Very, very fast from Willis. Lightfoot and Eddowes, your 2 and 3. And it might not have been as... He might not have come first, but Eddowes would still be pretty quick.
Yeah.
13.55 on the clock. That's some good running. He put them under pressure with the fast start, and they just couldn't catch him.
He did, and that's the telling factor, is Edo's sort of left himself in the blocks in that start, and the Victorian has taken advantage of it. He really got out there. Edo's trying to come back at him now, out to his light foot, but Victorian all too strong in the end, and 13.55 on the clock. Much quicker than what the heats were.
Well, 13.60.
So it's been rounded down to 13.46.
13.46, 13.59, and I think it said 13.63.
Yeah.
So he's run 0.1 faster than his heat.
Another PB, another ACT record. And honestly, we'll have to check the numbers on some of these other states. We'll have to look at the Victorian and the New South Wales records, because that's some fast running there. Which sort of sets us up for the rest of the day, doesn't it? We've got 100 finals still to come, the rest of the hurdle finals, which means the conditions are good, the track is fast, the wind is blowing the right way. And I'm excited now to see what is to come as we see another throw encroaching on that 50-metre mark again. As we get down to the pointy end of this competition,
that won't be a record for Victoria. Used to be our national record. Sam Baines, 13.28. Yes. Fair enough.
As we see Roberts on the runway, the South Australian, what can she do in this fourth and final round? Unfortunately, just gets the tip of the javelin a little too high there. Just got caught up in the wind, and that will not improve her position in this competition.
So it's Mia Gordon up next, the silver medalist so far. Needs to find, she'll need to find 2 metres. She goes, Gordon. Or just over-rotating a little bit, unfortunately. So her position won't change.
Which means Liana Davidson will take out this title, and she'll have a bit of a celebration throw at the end. The pressure is off. She knows she's got the gold medal, and she can now go out there and relax and launch a big one. See if she can improve on that 51.91. As we said, she has thrown 57 with this weight. She just waits for one of the javelins to come back. Sometimes the throwers are a little fussy with that. They have an implement they want to use. It could be their own personal one, or it could just be one in the pool that they've grown fond of. They're happy with it.
If you bring your personal jav out, everyone gets to use it. So if you ever want to put someone off, throw their jav before it's their throw. Oh, she really ripped onto that one. I think that...
It's out there. It'll be close to that 51 mark. But nonetheless, she takes home the title and the gold medal, and she's all smiles.
There we go. Our Coles man on the board, 50. So it won't improve. 50, 80, 5 or 6, 9, 6, 7, 5.
Keep guessing, you've covered every number.
Oh, 50, 94. There we go. That was not one of the ones I said. So she finished off with 3 50-metre plus throws, and Liana Davidson should be your champion.
So back to the shot put. Where it looks like we may be just finishing off that round 3. So 11.88 there for the West Australian. Now, if I've got my order right, that means that will conclude round 3. So the official recording will now go through and figure out who the top 8 throwers are, and we'll have them come out for one more throw in reverse order. So based on what we've been following along with, we'll definitely see Coulter back out there again, along with Tignani, Blackstock, Hipple, and I'm sure there'll be a couple others to add to that list. As we'll just quickly cut to an ad break and a message for some of our sponsors and partners.
At Coles, we're proud to be a major partner of Athletics Australia and Little Athletics Australia. To celebrate the partnership, we're donating millions of bananas to Aussie athletes and providing equipment grants to Little Athletics centres across the country. They're just some of the ways that we're helping support Australian athletes run, jump, throw and grow this season. Good things are happening at Coles.
Good things are certainly happening at Coles. I'm a Coles shopper. I do love a good Coles trip. Ooh, I find myself just walking up and down the aisles, purchasing things I don't actually need. You see your little yellow sticker?
Oh, hang on. Am I going to get a bargain?
Down,
I better
down,
get that.
prices are down. You know, as we see the start list for the men's 100-metre hurdle final for the under-16s. And James Cotis from New South Wales will run out of 2. Sebastian Gisso, also from New South Wales, in 3. Kobe Brown from Western Australia, 4. Renato Payne, New South Wales athlete, in 5. Rashid Karba, the one to watch, in 6. Sam Cantwell, Victoria, in 7. Thomas Byrne from Victoria, in 8. And Nathan Philoctetes from Victoria, in 9. Can anyone catch Karba? Or will his start be too quick? So off and running, fairly even start, but Karba and also his teammate in Payne, first 2 over the hurdle, but here comes Cantwell. Cantwell's having an absolute flyer. The West Australian in brown's trying to go with him. He starts to come through now. It's going to be close. Cantwell's going to take it. What an upset. Sam Cantwell, he won his heat yesterday and he's come out and he's taken the final, and Kobe Brown from Western Australia has dipped in for a silver medal. We'll have to wait for photo finish to try and determine who the 3rd place was, but what an upset. Karba came in strong favourite, running almost half a second quicker than any other athlete in the heats.
He just crashed too many hurdles. Good start here, clear over this one, but he just started clattering. Got a little bit off balance there and he just couldn't get back into his position. Couple of stacks here. We've lost a few athletes.
So hopefully all of the athletes are okay after that one, but as we said at the start of the program, hurdles do offer up exciting championship racing where anything can happen. It's such a high, intense pressure event and one false move and you can find yourself unstuck, as did Rashid Carver, just unfortunately knocking a few of those hurdles. And once you do that, it's hard to find yourself back into your rhythm, and Cantwell has jumped straight at it.
Yeah, took that opportunity.
But he really put the pressure on Cantwell from the start with a brilliant reaction out of the blocks. And he was one of the first over the hurdles, and from there he didn't really look back. Brown from Western Australia piled on the pressure at the end, but Cantwell all too strong with a great dip on the line, edging out Brown.
But we're going to wait for our officials now need to move all these hurdles down one height. And while we've got that, Nara Nang has caught up with Nina Kennedy.
So I'm here in the grandstands with an incredible athlete and one of my closest friends, the amazing Nina Kennedy. How are you going?
Good, thank you. No, I haven't seen you in a couple of months, so I'm just excited to see her again.
And I'm excited to see her too. So Nina, tell everyone about your season this year.
Yeah, okay, so we try to mix this season up a little bit differently. We decided to miss the Australian domestic, so missed all those comps, and we were heading straight to the European season to go to World Champs, Doha. Some things happened. I got a bit injured. I had about 5 injuries in about 4 months, so things took a turn. We reassessed, and we really just thought going to Europe with so many injuries just wasn't, I wasn't going to qualify. I wasn't jumping high, so we just thought, scrap that, back to basics, and head straight to Tokyo healthy. And I think that's the most important thing in my case. About injuries, so yeah, so I haven't jumped in a competition for a year, maybe year and a half, so I'm just excited to get back on the track. Yeah, that's my wrap. So a really bad season, if I'm honest.
Well, I'm excited to see you back on the track. How has training been going?
Yeah, training's been going really well. We went back to basics, got all my injuries, did all my rehab, back to 2 steps, back to 4 steps. So yeah, training's going really well. Strength, speed, everything's there. So I'll have my first proper comp in about a month. So I'm just so excited to actually compete again.
I bet. And how is the road to Tokyo looking for you?
It's looking really good. Touch wood. Everything's going really well. Yeah, I feel like everything's going too perfectly. It's like too good to be true right now. But yeah, it's a long way away, but the road's going pretty good so far. So I'll see how I go on my first couple of comps, and that will give me a good indicator as to where I am, what I need to work on. So yeah.
Awesome. And home all schools, how are you enjoying that?
Yeah, oh my gosh, I was telling Na before, old schools were the days. I don't know, like all these people are so young, I forget, I don't know. It's good, it's so good to watch the young talent, and just remind us where we came from, do you know what I mean? Yeah, no, it's really cool watching the pole vault here, so yeah.
Awesome, well, it's so good to see you, Nina. All the best with your competition season,
yes.
And I'm sure me and the rest of Australia will be cheering you on.
Yay, thank you, Na.
Oh, good to hear from Nina. Hopefully she can make a big impact in 2020. As we get back out here onto our shot put, the final round. A bit flat there from the West Australian, but should just be near that 12-metre mark. So here's Stevanovic. Unfortunately losing balance there.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this is Queensland competitor this year, basically? shoot only when there's Queensland competitors, you shoot it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Brian, jump up. All right, let's go. Brilliant.
So Worsfold into the circle. What can she produce in this fourth and final round?
Fast across the circle, but probably just a little flat. If I do recall back to my PlayStation days of probably London 2012, I think about 34 to 36 degrees was the optimum angle for shot put, on PlayStation anyway.
See, I remember back to the Sydney 2000 game on PlayStation 1.
Yeah, mate, that was classic.
That was the best.
It was, honestly. Then Athens, Beijing.
The things you used to do to try and rub across the controller buttons.
Grease it up with a couple of chips and just bash it out. Oh, that's a better throw from Tignani.
That's really close to that 13-metre mark. She has gone 13-13, so it won't be far off that. As we said, that photo finish camera pole is roughly around that 13-metre mark on this left side of the sector. As we see the board turn 12.67, so that will not improve her position.
This looks like Coulter. Oh, keeping it down the right-hand side. Don't think she'll be happy with that one. But that's the longer side.
That is the longer side, so based on that, that's probably a 13-metre throw. Will it be bigger than 13.31? Because that's where she landed her last one, out to the right of the sector, and it sort of threw us a little bit with the judgment of it. So will it go over the 13 again? And will it improve? 13.70.
Oh.
So
here's Hipple. Oh, that's big.
that is big.
That is big.
But it's still on this left side a little bit. So Hipple has gone 13.38 and maybe close to that.
Well, here's the start list. Alicia Coolin in 2 from South Australia. Laura Warner in the ACT in 3. Emily Campbell, 4 of Queensland. Alyssa Lowe, New South Wales in 5. Amelia Search, 6 in Queensland. Maya Pires, New South Wales in 7. Tara Wiley from the ACT in 8. And Chanel Myberg, WA in 9. The girls under 18, 100-metre final. Fairly even start. Maya Pires probably getting the best away, as well as Search, Lowe and Campbell. Campbell just a little bit in front, but there's 5 across the field. Here comes Pires. Campbell getting out in front. Search and Lowe trying to hunt back, but it's going to be Campbell taking the win on the dip. A sultry sub 14 seconds there in the 100 hurdles. Emily Campbell taking the medal. It might have been a Queensland 1-2, a dip between Pires and Search. As they get away, very even. It just shows probably Search getting away just the best out of those athletes. Pires on the outside, but Campbell too strong over the later stages. Pires and Search, I think Pires might have just got her on the dip, with Lowe, the long jump champion, rounding out your top 4 positions. But Emily Campbell is your under 18 100 hurdles champion.
So the officials just setting up for the next event as we cut to the runway on the front straight for the under-14s triple jump. Looks like some soft sand out there. We almost lost Tubbs in the pit. It'd be interesting to see, and maybe we can get some words from Na maybe a little bit later on the weather conditions. Just sometimes after really hot days, it can bring on some really sultry, hot and humid conditions the next following days. So you have that hot, dry heat, and then when the temperature comes down, the humidity goes up, and it'd be interesting to see how it is actually out there, because obviously we can only see on the screen and look on a weather app, but now I'll be able to give us a true indication on what the conditions are actually like as we see Kelly charging down the runway from New South Wales. Guess one out there.
So Kiefer Brennan is next to go in this triple jump. Oh, that's a bigger jump. He came in with a 10.57. So it looks like Glory Ilo next up.
So the officials just changing over the boards now between the two marks. It looks like they're out there utilising both the 9 and the 11 metre boards. There's only a few athletes in the field that would probably take advantage of the 11. Most of the others will be off the 9. But Glory Ilo, definitely one of those ones that has the ability to go off the 11. He's got a 12.11 seed.
Yeah, this is where it really throws out our start list.
Because typically with an event like this, with a triple jump, because there's different boards, instead of going in the actual order of the start sheet, they'll go based on what board they're using, because obviously the officials don't want to have to change the board constantly every time someone jumps, so they'll run through all the athletes that want to use that 9 metre board, and then they'll switch over to the athletes that want to utilise the 11. So the board is set. Ilo is set. He rocks back. He takes off. Producing good speed on the runway. Gets it out there, so
Oh,
based on obviously the 11-metre board and how far he's gone into the pit, that's a high 11-metre jump. May not crack the 12. We'll see.
and we'll probably have Joshua Sullivan.
Just over 12.05.
12.05. Let's say Joshua Sullivan is a 12.47 jumper. And we'll have him, he'll be off the 11-metre board.
That's
Oh.
definitely over the 12-metre
Yeah,
mark.
that's a big jump.
Goes back just to hear what the distance is. And it's straight to the under 14s. Pole vault. Oh, easy clearance there from the Victorian. And he can go back, put his pole down and get set for the next height, because he's easily over 320 with no troubles at all. And that was Noah Burns. So, a few things going on at the moment as we see one of the Queenslanders go clear at 320 in that 14 men's pole vault. So we've got the men's pole vault going on the front straight. We've also got that under 14 men's triple jump, as you can see on the split screen. And then we'll shortly also have the hurdles, which you can see set up in the background. Unfortunately, Johnny Suarez not going clear at 3.20 meters.
Yeah, I remember Suarez from earlier this year. Had a great competition at the Junior Championships.
So, probably not the result we would expect from Suarez. Quality jumper, he's gone 350. So much higher than the height it was currently set at.
Oh, well, when you look at the meet record, 355, he would have had that in mind. But unfortunately, that's the way competition goes sometimes.
It's the nature of pole vaulters, especially, you know,
Exactly.
the amount of times we've seen some of the best in the world, even no height
Yeah.
in these events, because it's so technically demanding. And if you're not spot on, it's tough.
Yeah, it's hard to get right every time. So that was Sam Baird from the ACT.
So back to the 9 meter board, starting off the Queenslander, man. He's gone 12-13. So he definitely has the ability to be able to use the 11-metre board, but chosen to go with the 9 in this competition. And straight back to the pole vault.
That looks like Alex at Arbuthnot. James Sterling in the triple jump. So we've got 2 under 14 events at the front straight.
Now the next of the South Australians in Colborne. Jumped over 10 before, and that'll be close again. As we cut to the track where we'll see the start list for the under 16 women's 90-metre hurdles. And in lane 2 will be Hannah Wilcox from Victoria. 3 will see Vivian Letessia from Western Australia. 4 is Amelia Duncan from New South Wales. 5, Georgia Fishart, also from New South Wales. And then we'll see a string of Queenslanders in Lenani Hills in 6, Tyra Eldridge 7, and Amelita Case in 8. And Sienna Bond from New South Wales rounding out that field in 9. So based off the heats, Fishart, the fastest of the lot, 12.89. She'll be the one to chase Lenani Hills in 13.09. And then a tie for the next one between Duncan and also Eldridge with 13.12. So they were the fastest through from the heats. Can anyone take out the favourite, Fishart? Can there be an upset again, as we saw in the previous race? Can the Queenslanders come over the top? Or can Letessia, the local favourite, come through with the goods? So a good start there on the outside by Case. She's charging, as is Fishart, and also Hills. The Queensland in Hills is running brilliantly. New South Wales, Duncan trying to come through now, but it's Hills from Queensland. She's going to take the win. Ooh. Lenani Hills. Brilliant start there by both the Queenslanders in Case and Hills, but it was Hills the stronger in the end, and Fishart really couldn't get into the race at any point. Letessia from Western Australia was trying to charge through, but Hills all too good in the end. As we watch the replay, watch the start from Case. She'll be first over the hurdle. And this is when Hills really starts to get into a rhythm and a running. Hurdling over the beautifully. Duncan trying to push through, but Hills all too good in the end.
Well, she's done the double. She won the 200-metre hurdles on Friday evening, and now she's grabbed a gold. So she's bookended her championships with the gold medal on Friday, gold medal on Sunday, and I'm sure she'll be in a relay this afternoon as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why not?
Well, with that sort of speed, you would imagine that we will see her in one of those relays. As we're back to the triple jump, where it looks like Ilo's back on the runway, so they're switching back to that 11-metre board now. I've also got the pole vault there as well. 2 under 14 events running concurrently side by side. So it looks like the Queenslander Buthnot just checking out the poles there, figuring out which one he's going to use for his next attempt. As it looks like the officials are almost set for Ilo to take his second attempt here in this competition. He went 12.05 on the first. What can he produce here? Can he go into the 12s again? Can he improve his position? Sullivan holding the lead currently. It'll be close, but it may not be an improvement on that 12.05. And not to be for a Buthnot. As he heads over to speak with his coach just to review the attempt at 3:40. As we see Sullivan at the top of the runway in the triple jump. He went big on his last. Can he replicate his performance again in this round 2? So, just a changeover of plasticine boards by the officials. And we should be underway shortly. As we see the Victorian, Burns, now on the runway for the pole vault. So 2 Victorians jumping side by side, Burns and Sullivan. Burns the first to attempt. And unfortunately just knocking it with his feet on the way up.
Yeah, just not getting vertical enough, I think, on that one.
As the official moves the yellow cone, so the runway clear for Sullivan to take his second attempt. That won't be an improvement, and I think he knows it. Sort of pulled out of the jump, didn't fully commit. He'll more than likely still have 2 more attempts in this competition.
So, next event on the track, it is your under-14s 90-metre hurdle final. 8 athletes in this field in lane 2, representing the Singapore team, Hayden Haslazal from the Raffles Institute from South Australia. Next to him in 3, Alex Dunn. In lane 4 from Queensland, Reese Evans. In lane 5 from Western Australia, and from triple jump, sorry, Glory Ilo. In 6 from Victoria, William Wong. 7 from Victoria, Josh McCout. In 8 from Queensland, Cooper Wellman. And in 9 from Western Australia, Cale Ascoli. So there's your field, as we see Ilo just on his way from the long jump, triple jump, did it again. On his way from the triple jump straight into this hurdle final, and then it'll be back to that triple jump almost straight away.
Line 3 from South Australia, Alex Dunn. Line 4 from Queensland, Reece Evans. Line 5 from Western Australia, Gloria Illo. Line 6 from Victoria, William Wong. Line 7 from Victoria, Joshua Kura. Line 8 from Queensland, Cooper Wellman. And line 9 from Western Australia, Kyle Ascoli.
So Ilo going straight from the triple jump to the hurdles. We've seen this a lot over the weekend, especially with the jumps and the hurdles.
Fairly even start. Hazelzal from RAS getting a good start, but here comes William Wong. He's pulling away from the field. Ilo, McCount and Wellman battling it out, but Wong, oh, we lose McCount there just at the end. It's the nature of hurdles, it's tough. But William Wong, too strong Wong. You can just see William Wong way too quick over these hurdles. Ilo, Wellman, we just lose McCount right at the end, which opened it up for Wellman. Dunn and Haslazar were battling it out for those bronze, but I think Wellman did enough to get there.
And straight back to the field events, where we still do have those under 14s out there in the pole vault and the triple jump. Burns still out in this competition. He's looking at some lifetime best kind of heights here. What can he produce? Oh, he's done it.
So
It's over.
Clearance.
Brilliant clearance there for Noah Burns from Victoria. He goes clear at 3 meters 40. And it's got a lot of height on it too. There's plenty of room there. So he's the only one left in the competition, so it'll be interesting to see what height he chooses to go up to next, as his coach comes down to have a chat to him, just to talk about their approach for the rest of the competition. But what a clearance from Burns. Super impressive. And he knows now he's got the competition wrapped up. Now he can relax, choose a height, whatever height he wants.
Yeah, well, the meet record 355.
Based off that clearance, I'd be straight to it.
And
356, thank you very much.
Sasha Zoya's, it's a Sasha Zoya's meet record.
Exactly.
We don't have national records for under 14s, so this is probably about as good as it gets.
Yeah. I'd love to see a 356.
Yeah, do it. You can do what you want now.
Yeah.
You can see them in the at the top of the screen bringing out some extra hurdles because there was no heats for the under 14 girls. It went to a straight final. There's 12 lanes down the home straight. We have 11 athletes. So potential to be absolute chaos.
Potentially, and this is an interesting one because typically at most tracks, if you're an 8-lane track, you've probably only got 80 hurdles.
Yeah.
A 9-lane track, you've more than likely got 90. If you've got 10 down the straight, which happens a fair few tracks, you'll have 100. But there's 12 lanes here, It's very rare you'll see a facility that actually has more than 100 hurdles.
Yeah, no, there's no reason to have 120 hurdles.
No.
Is there less flights though in an 80? There's not 10 flights in an 80. That might be the key.
There's only 9.
Yes, so 99 hurdles. You can see how we're real quick at maths.
Yes. So maybe that's the reason. Still.
But they had to trolley more out, so.
Yeah.
So Noah Burns did have his first attempt. I'm not sure. We didn't get to catch what he put it up to. Oh, plenty of speed there on the runway for Harry Robbins.
So, for those wondering, in the under 14 women's hurdles, over 80 metres, it is the 9 flights as we said. Leading is 12 metres, 7 metres in between each hurdle.
Yep.
12 metre lead out.
Easy. 12, 7, 12. Tristan Tubb getting his attempt in. Should be up and around the 3rd round on this.
Oh, he's over. Burns has gone clear.
Massive.
And again, another solid clearance. There's definitely more height left in that one. So we still haven't seen what height he actually put the bar up to, but you would assume that it went to 50, at least. That's probably your first guess, 40 to 50.
Yeah.
Hopefully he went a little higher and he's just cleared it. But maybe he wants to spend a little bit more time out there.
Haven't caught the board yet, so I don't know.
As we see Brennan from the ACT well into the pit off the 9 metre board. So that will be ever so close to his seat of 10.57. But we'll try and find out what height Burns was attempting there. So he went 350 and looks like it's now gone up to 360. Is that on the scoreboard
Yeah,
there?
it's an awkward 6.
It is.
Because there has to be right angles on that machine. Or did he go 45.50?
So,
It's tough to see that one.
but we'll get confirmation on that. So it definitely was 350 on that attempt. Another lifetime best, which only means that when the meet record is 55, you've got to surpass it.
You've got to go. You don't just equal it.
No.
Nah, silly.
He's either going 56 or 60.
Yeah. He can do whatever he wants with it.
If he goes 57 to 59, he's just playing with us.
Yeah. Or 54. Maybe he wouldn't do that.
As we see the start list there for our women's under 14 80 metre hurdles, which did switch to the straight final. And it'll be Honey Proudfoot from the ACT in 1, Lily Neal from Queensland 2, Ellen Murphy, New South Wales 3, Delta Amadovsky from New South Wales in 4, Jessica Bray, the Tasmanian in 5, Olivia Dodds, the West Australian in 6, another West Australian in Samara Sally in 7, Sophie Wilcox from Victoria in 8, Isabella Hollins, another Victorian in 9, Emily Butcher from Queensland in 10, and Eva Di Julio from South Australia in 11. So our biggest hurdles race of the day, 11 starters straight across the track.
Set.
definitely a sight. And we're underway, and the West Australian in Somali is running really well, as is Amandowski from New South Wales. They're going super strong. Neil's trying to come through now, but it looks like it's going to be Amandowski. Oh, Amandowski looks like she may have just pulled up a little bit, and Murphy, her teammate, may have just pipped her on the line. We do hope Amandowski is okay, but it looks like Ellen Murphy may have taken out the title there. As we watch the replay, good start by the West Australian in Saley, the white headband. But then the two New South Wales athletes really find their stride. They start to come through. Amandowski looking super good. Murphy running right there with her. Just on the line, looks like she may have hurt her hamstring.
She still held on for that second place. Looked like Olivia Dodds might have grabbed third. Oh, no, good on that clearance there for Burns. Hopefully he can walk in front of the scoreboard. You can see how high it is. .56.
There you go.
There it is. That's literally the only thing difference between a 5 and a 6 on that board is 1 dot at the back. But that would be a new meet record, which in under 14s is effectively an Australian record.
Depends, because you also got nationals.
The juniors, yes, but
so we'd have to see what the
they've only been in the under 14s for like 3 months. Normally at that time of year. Oh, I know it doesn't matter, but how do we find that out?
Let's have a look.
It's a race. It's touchscreen versus trackpad. The results are for, oh, they do actually. Yeah, meet record, 3:21. Johnny Suarez jumped 3:40 on a meet record.
3:21?
No, 3:40. Johnny Suarez jumped 3:40 to win nationals. So,
well,
yeah.
Suarez this year has gone 3:50.
Yep.
So that's still under.
Which is now been equalled. But, so that would mean that the 55 is effectively the national record. Unless someone's, you know, done it elsewhere, not at these two comps.
Potentially. But that would have taken us a long time to...
yes. Too long. So...
Because that's one thing that doesn't exist is all-time rankings for the age groups.
Yeah. I feel that would cause a lot of issues. We started ranking our 12 and 13-year-olds all time. The amount
of work involved.
Well, the amount of legitimate competitions that 12 and 13-year-olds actually do.
As we see Burns, another attempt.
He's got it. He's got it there. I reckon he's got it there.
Well, based on his attempt at 40 and also 50, you'd say that 56 was a shoe-in. Sometimes when it comes to finally attempting that height, mentally,
yes,
it really does sort of lift it up a level. And you need to be able to compose yourself and understand, hey, I just got to jump like I did at 40 and 50 and I'll be fine.
I think he needs to, maybe should he have a chat with Colby Eddowes? On how, not Colby Eddowes, sorry. I don't know where that just came from. Darcy Holmes. About just mentally preparing yourself for a height that you haven't jumped yet.
Yeah. So I reckon Darcy Holmes did that about 5 times
He
last
did
night.
in the comp, about 3 times per height.
So he'll have one more attempt at this new meet record of 3 metres 56. Currently held by Sasha Zoya of West Australia at 3:55. So can Noah Burns take down Zoya's meet record at his home facility too? He's up and
Oh, he
over.
did it.
He's done it.
Easily.
The new meet record for Noah Burns from Victoria, 3 metres 56. And he wipes Sasha Zoya's name from the record books. And he'll etch his name in history now as a new Australian All-Schools meet record holder at 3 metres 56, and he is not done yet.
No. What's next? Coach, where do you want to go now? 60.
4 metres.
4. Why not? He's breaking barriers. Three, 6-0. There it is. So consecutive jumps, he'll have 5 minutes between his attempts now. There's in the background the officials packing up the hurdles. We'll be not too far away from 1,500 metres, about 10 minutes from that. Well, yeah, he hasn't been called to the mark yet because the runway was closed, so this will be where the 5 minutes starts. There it is. So now he has 5 minutes. There's no mucking around though for Burns. Once he's been called, chalks it up. I like the start style. Oh,
He's got it there too.
That was a good attempt.
So, him and his coach are in high spirits. In this competition, they've jumped lifetime best, taken out meet records. And from here, after this competition, they're really going to have to reassess their goals.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've also surpassed those. Officials just checking the height here.
Which means his 5 minutes again wouldn't have started until they open back up the runway.
So it looks like he's just moving his stands back.
Quite a way, it seems.
Yeah, just because of the new height. It looks like they're going to attack this a little bit more. Try and push through it. So the 5 minutes starts again for Burns. And he doesn't waste any time again. Straight back out to pick up the pole vault. He's young and full of energy. He wants to go. Doesn't want to mess about here. He's warm. He's been jumping so well all morning. Can he produce another jump to get over?
Oh, he's got it. He's going to get it. And they moved it a long way back, and he still clipped it on the way up.
So it was a much better attempt that time around than the first. So another chat with the coach there.
I reckon we leave it in where it is, and we really focus on being tall of those last four, not chopping your stride, really being tall. So when you jump, like to take off, you keep pressing that bottom up, you get back into that position, you just spend time going up, and you got heaps of height to the side. It's good, like it's, so you're dropping that skin, so feeling good.
Wanting to pull and rip the bar through. And they're totally relaxed, the two of them. Obviously, zero pressure in these jumps, and these are moments you sort of live for. You're out there, you've secured yourself the gold medal, you've got the title, you've got the meet record. Now you're just out there to have a bit of fun. See how high you can actually go. It's almost like an extended celebration while you're out there.
Oh, it's just a victory jump, yeah.
Yeah. The fans have come out to see me jump. I'll treat them to some quality pole vault. And Burns just having a joke with the other athletes that are still out here watching him compete.
I just love how once he's on the runway, he's no fuss. Like, there we go. Goes through his motions, his jumps.
So his third and final attempt at this height of 3 meters 60. What has he got? Unfortunately
not today.
But nevertheless, he finishes up with the title, the gold medal, the meet record, and pretty much everything else he could possibly take away from this competition.
Oh, I like his iconic start as well. It's not something that I could see that he's copied from anyone. It's just something a little bit different. So while Noah packs up his poles for the long trip back to the East Coast, Nah has been wandering around the team tents, just having a little chat to all the athletes.
Hey team, it's Nah checking in. I'm almost trackside, but kind of outside of it, and we're just heading towards some of the team tents to get a bit of a behind the scenes of what it looks like at an all schools championships. So from my memory, I remember just how close the team was, that it was kind of the hub and you would chill with your friends. It was one of the first times I ever got physio, so it was nice to experience that and almost feel like you were an elite athlete while you were still a junior. So hopefully we run into some parents and some physios and some team managers that we can get a bit of insight into what goes into making a champion. So we'll see who we can find here. Well, yes, back to you. Hello, how are you?
I thought I fobbed you off on someone else. I'm good.
That's good to hear. So tell us, how long have you been team managing?
Oh, a couple of years. Yeah. So for Athletics Western Australia, and I did one for School Sport Australia for cross country at Worlds. So, yeah.
And what kind of got you into this role?
My first race was about 1973, 74, Little A's, New South Wales. So been in this sport for a long time.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for investing back into the sport. I'm sure the athletes appreciate it.
Thank you. As for you, both. This is great. Well done.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next team, and we'll see who they've got hanging around. Ooh, I see someone eating hot chips. That's one of my naughty treats, but don't tell my coach. And as you can see, people are just relaxing, chilling. It's just a place to kind of wind down after your comp. And we've got a group of girls here. Hello, everyone. How are we? So, do we all want to say our names and maybe a hello to someone who might be watching this?
Hi, I'm Eliza Grace Thompson. Hi, Mum.
Yeah, I'm Alana Peart, and hi, Mum, Dad, Gemma and Scott.
I'm Fika Vanderkamp. Hi, I don't know, friends.
And girls, what has your highlight been for the trip so far?
Just the experience of coming to Perth, really. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and going with my friends and that. I'll be racing soon, so excited for my race as well.
Awesome.
Pretty much everything, just hanging out at like the fancy resort, and I just had my race. I ran a PB, so I was pretty happy with that. So yeah.
That's so good. Well, congratulations for those of you who have run, and good luck for your race. Thanks for chatting, girls. And see, that's what I love about this sport. There's just so much going on. We have a girl that hasn't competed yet, and she's excited. We have a girl that's just done a PB. There's just a wide diversity of emotions and what people
Anali Philpott in 6, Nadia Godley 7, Daisy Sudholes in 8, Charlie Salmon in 9, Michaela Thompson 10, Sarah Baker 11, Reese Fisher 12, Gabrielle Schmidt 13, and Katie White in 14. Oh, we've lost some athletes there. Just a bit of a stumble from the South Australian. Looks like Malika McLeod. But Gabrielle Schmidt out in front with Ivy Boothroyd just behind her. And that's Daisy Sudholes. So it's Schmidt, Boothroyd and Sudholes, your first three at the moment.
And then after those three, it will be the New South Wales athlete in Baker, also Philpott and Godley.
So pretty comfortable at the moment. Schmidt looking to sort of pull this pace apart. With these 5 athletes, they've gapped the rest of the field. Boothroyd just on the right shoulder of Schmidt. And then it goes back to Sudholz, Baker and Godley.
So these two out in front starting to move away a little bit, starting to create a gap between themselves and Sudholz. And then a small, tiny gap is starting to open up between Sudholz and then back to Baker and Godley. But it's these two on your screen at the moment out in front, running very well down the back straight. Schmidt dictating this pace, Boothroyd just sitting in there behind her, and it's the pace of Schmidt that's really opening up this race. And you can see Sudholz back there in the distance trying to fight and hold on to the third position, and Baker and Godley will try and work hard to get up onto the heels of Sudholz, but these two out in front looking super strong.
Yeah, as they come into the home straight. Just past the shot put. Boothroyd is not letting Schmidt get too far away. Back to Sudholz, Baker and Godley. So it looks like we might have wrapped up our gold and silver at the moment as they come in to get the bell. 400 metres left to go, 3:24 on the clock. Boothroyd moving ever so slightly closer to Schmidt. Sudholz got a good gap back to fourth in Baker as they work their way around those high jumpers. So 300 metres left to go. It's still Schmidt in the lead. Boothroyd right behind her. Boothroyd maybe just changing her pace a little bit, making a move with about 270 to go. But Schmidt's responding. She's not going to let her pass yet down the back straight. Boothroyd looks good though. So 200 metres left to go. Is she going to make a pass on the bend? She's going to have to run wide if she does. So Schmidt holding position on the rail. 150 metres to go here in this under 14 girls. 1,500 metres and a big move there, an obvious move from Schmidt into the home straight. Can Schmidt hold on here? The head is wobbling, but she's opening up a gap. She's got the legs. The Queenslander striding away down this home straight. She's going to take the win here. Boothroyd will hold on for second place. But the kick too strong from Gabrielle Schmidt. And this is a quick race for the under 14 girls. 4:33.81 on the clock. Boothroyd finishing there in second place. And we'll see who can get through to bronze there. It looks like Sudholz held on from Baker and then Godley. So that group of five will be your first five across the line in a girls under 14, 1,500 metres. You see that move from 150 to go into the home straight. Just kept something up her sleeve. And Boothroyd couldn't respond. But she'd done enough to hold on to that silver medal. But Gabrielle Schmidt, she'll be your Australian All-Schools champion for 2019 in the under 14 girls, 1,500 metres. Some brave running out there. Probably the best all-round conditions there's been this last 3 days in Perth. 23 degrees, light wind, a lot of UV, so hopefully they've all slipped, slop, slapped. See the under 18 boys high jump going through their warm-ups. A lot of athletes in this field. It's been moved from, it was on Friday night and it got moved to Sunday afternoon because of the heat and a lot of athletes. This could be a war of attrition out there. It'll be a long competition. Now, normally these 1500s would be timed finals. It looks like some of them are going to be combined with some big fields. So, just checking out some of our races. We obviously have the under 14 boys next, with 13 athletes in it. But as we get to the bigger age groups, under 16 boys is going to be 2 races of 11. 16 girls is 1 race of 18. Go to the boys 18, 20 in a race. But then the under 18 girls, a race of 11 and a race of 12. So they'll be seeded, just like our 200s were on Friday night. But you know, you can't be tactical when you're running timed finals. Not a good idea. Now, it looks like we've got 4 RIS athletes in this event. Interesting though, because each state can only enter 2 athletes in this event. So the internationals they can add 4, I guess.
Your camera battery life.
So say 35?
35. Just need to bring a, have you got a...
Yeah, there's a spit one there.
Technically they've added 2 13s and 2 12-year-olds.
Yep.
So they are exhibition though, so they won't be
Do you need anything else?
Sorry, 24.
knocking anyone else out of the medals. If they come top 3,
Thank you.
they'll get a medal, but the top 3 Australians will also get a medal as well. Oh, very unsteady there. It was actually 5. I've got a bonus. So we're in hip number 1, RIS, Jun Hearn Tan. In 2 from the ACT, Cameron Myers. 3 from Queensland, Jake Giltrap Good. In 4 from RIS, K Vikesh. 5 RIS, Puran Dharmaraj. In 6 from the Western Australia, Bally Tague. 7 from WA, Thomas Cross. He won the 800 metres. In 8, RIS, Abraham Han. In 9 from the ACT, Andrew Camp Lydiard. In 10 from RIS, Marcus Lim. 11 from Queensland, Isaac Bennett. In 12 from New South Wales, Jade Kitching. And in 13 from Victoria, Archie Caldo. So only 1 New South Wales and 1 Victorian in this. 2 ACT, 2 WA, 2 Queensland, and 5 RAS. And that's Jake Giltrap Good out in front, the lone New South Wales athlete. Kitching is getting flanked by Bailey Tague. And here comes Cameron Myers. So still Giltrap Good. So it's still Giltrap Good out in front. Cameron Myers just on his shoulder. Archie Caldo. So this will be 600 metres to go here. Got a good pack of 4 out in front. The other Queenslander, Isaac Bennett's there. Camp Lydiard trying to close that gap and get on the back of the train. Thomas Cross, the 800 metre champion. If he can get attached, he'll have the speed. But it looks like when we get the bell, we're going to have a group of 5 athletes. 2 Queenslanders, 2 ACT athletes and a Victorian as Camp Lydiard just falls off the back of that group. Caldo on the outside looks ready to pounce. So it's Giltrap Good, Myers, and a massive kick. It was almost like he was just waiting to hear the bell before he kicked. So Myers has gone through the middle, out in front. So it's Cameron Myers with 3:50 to go. Archie Caldo and Jake Giltrap Good. So it's ACT in front to Victoria and Queensland. Archie Caldo looks good, but Cameron Myers strong here down the back straight. Really just not looking back, decimating the rest of the field here as he works into probably the hardest part of the race, the headwind down the back straight. 200 metres to go. It's Cameron Myers, Archie Caldo, Jake Giltrap Good, and then the next Queenslander, Isaac Bennett. As he passes one of the RIS athletes, he's going to enter the home straight. They were shoulder to shoulder, and he's actually found a little bit more as he came into the home straight. He's looking really strong here. 50 metres to go. Cameron Myers, this is a big, big run as he eases up, arms wide, salutes the crowd. Big fist pump. And he takes the gold. Archie Caldo and then Giltrap Good with Isaac Bennett. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Camp Lydiard rounding out your first 5 athletes there. In the under 14 boys 1500 metres.
What an impressive run there by Myers. Tell you what, he sort of just sat back in the pack for most of it and then just exploded on the bell with 400 to run. And he's gone around that 422 range now. It's one of those ones, he looked that comfortable and that strong that if he was in a fast race, may have threatened that meet record of 412.
Yeah, definitely. He looked good. He had about 2 different kicks. Kicked at the bell, and I think himself and Caldo both had the same idea. I think just Myers, the bigger body, sort of got into his position quicker than Caldo did. As you see our RIS athletes working their way down the home straight. He was just too strong, and then he found another bit of injection of speed with about 80 to go into the home straight. And he really lapped up that victory.
So just waiting for the final RIS athlete to finish as he enters the straight. So you can hear the crowd in the background clapping him in, showing a sign of respect to the raffles. He shifts out to lane 2, signify his finish, and he comes across the line 6:21.66. So we see a replay of Myers, hands out, celebrates, fist pumps the air. It was a commanding victory. And I tell you what, he's got some confidence about him. Does Myers. So now time for the high jump. This is now the under 18 men, and a lot of starters in this one. 24 of them. So this high jump competition will probably be going into next week. So you see like Brock from the Northern Territory, just failing at 175. So we do have 7 athletes in this field that have gone 2 meters plus. The biggest of that, Anastasius from Victoria and Titmarsh from New South Wales, both jumping 2:11 respectively on their seed performances. So looking at some of these heights, we may be in for another treat of a high jump competition.
Yeah, Roman actually he's got potential to get that 2:16. He jumped a 2:14 in Melbourne back in December 2018. And this year, he's consistently come in with 2:11s. Did 2:11 at the Vic All Schools. Did a 2:12 at the round 6 of the Vic AV Shield League on the 30th of November. So that's only last weekend. He's in some shape.
Good clearance there by the West Aussie. As we see the ACT athlete on the runway in Haag Duval. And he goes clear as well. Unfortunately, not to be for Phelan in the Northern Territory. As we see Brock back out on the runway, another Northern Territory athlete. But first up will be the West Australian in Barker. Can he get himself over? Oh, he had the height, but just coming down on the bar. As the attention turns to Brock from the Northern Territory. This is getting close to his seed performance of 176. Can he get himself over here? Oh, he does it.
Oh,
he does
massive
it easy.
clearance.
So he'll progress to the next height. As we go back to Phelan. Can he emulate his teammates' jump? Unfortunately not. So that'll be it for Phelan. He won't progress through to the next height. As we go back to the track for the under 16 women's 1500 metres. And just under 300 metres into the race, we'll run through hip number order. So it's Mackenzie Scholes from WA with 1, Amy Bunnage, Victoria 3, Sophie Coltish, Victoria 4, Lucinda Thompson, the ACT 5, Ada Rand, New South Wales 6, Jessica Taylor, Tasmania 7, Grace Reed, the ACT 8, Charlie Rose Carlin from WA in 9, Sienna Hanna-Carey, another West Australian in 10, Sailor Donnelly from Queensland, in 11, Bridget McCormack, another Queenslander in 12, Kayla van der Linden, the 800-metre champion out there with 13, Isabella Hart, 14 from Queensland, Lucy Hinksman, the ACT athlete in 15, Mia Tui, New South Wales 16, Ruby Madden, New South Wales 17, and Ali Chambers from the ACT out there with hip number 18. And not surprised to see Kayla van der Linden from West Australia out there leading this field, and by a significant margin. She looks over her shoulder to see where the rest of the athletes are at, and she'll see Sienna Hanna-Carey in a bit of no woman's land out there in the middle of this field with the chase pack all bundled up about 15 metres behind her. She's trying to match it with Kayla van der Linden, but van der Linden is off. She's obviously wants to ensure that she takes victory here, and she's probably also after a time, and it's she keeps this up. It'll be fairly quick too. Hannah Carey now starting to come back to the rest of the field as the train steams on. And as they go down the back straight, that gap is probably down to about 5 metres now, but van der Linden looking super strong. Almost got some knife hand action happening already.
Well,
So-
the time to watch for is 4:20:20. That is a blazing time out there. And that's a World Under-20 qualifying mark, 4:20:20.
If she can do something of that nature on her own like this, all out in front, that will be something special to behold. She's already taken out the 800-metre title in a blazing 2:05. And here she is back out on the track in the 1500. This is really a talent in the making, is van der Linden. She goes through and receives the bell. She needs about a 67-second lap to try and do this, which is quick, but if anyone could do it, it is van der Linden. And she sets off, and she goes down the back straight. She's still looking super strong. Drives into the headwind. Don't worry about the rest of the field. They won't be catching you. They'll be fighting it out for the silver and the bronze medals, which it will be an epic battle down the straight for those minor placings.
Well, she's got a 40-second 250 in it if she can do this.
So 200 metres to run. This is definitely still in it for van der Linden. She'll have to start winding it up now, building the intensity, building the pace. She comes around with 150 metres to run. So we'll see where she's at the 100-metre mark and how long she's got to go. And there it is there. So
it's going to be tough. She's got to drop a
15 seconds.
Yeah.
She'll have to dig deep, van der Linden. She's striding out now. The rest of the pack are fighting on for silver and bronze, but van der Linden comes down to the line. It's going to be close, but just going to be short.
Oh.
4:23.06.
But
she does have the meet record, really small, and we see. Try and get who it was in second and third. It looks like two Queenslanders. So there's only 3 of them out there. May have been Donnelly and McCormack, but we'll confirm that. But what a run by Kayla van der Linden out there on her own.
Just too strong. She showed her cards early, and no one could match her.
So Hannah Carey tried to go with her early, but unfortunately wasn't able to hold pace with van der Linden. And it probably hurt her in the end. But the two Queenslanders have capitalised on that to take home the silver and bronze medals. But all eyes were on Kayla van der Linden, and she does the double here, the 8:15. 2 meet records, 1 World Under-20 qualifier.
And there, she could sniff it. And just off the time. There's a big battle in that home straight between two Queenslanders, like Donnelly on the inside, McCormack on the outside.
So eyes back on the high jump now with the bar at 1.80 m. Unfortunately, the Victorian not going clear there. So it may have been Woods or Froomes come into the competition at this height. And you'd say it's Woods because this is Froomes. Nope. So that was Frooms, I was correct. Doubting my eyesight there. Which means Woods will have to go back out for another attempt. So we see one of the Queenslanders up and over. Potentially Jackson King. As we see Woods with another attempt, and he goes clear that time. So the Queenslander not happy with his run up there.
Second place, winner of the silver medal, at a time of 4:22.09 for Victoria, Archie Callow.
And he goes clear.
In first place, winner of the gold medal, All Schools champ for 2019, at a time of 4:16.77 for the ACT, Cameron Myers.
So, Northern Territory athlete in Brock, and he goes clear too. So Brock, well above his seed performance now, clearing the 1.80 m. Oh, huge clearance there from the Queenslander. No issues at all.
Yeah, big Felix Jackson King.
So we see Eddowes now easily sail over 1.80 m.
Well, it's interesting that a lot of these guys are attempting 180. There's 24 athletes in the field.
And that's the thing that did throw me, because a couple of these 2-metre jumpers are out there attempting the 180, which you wouldn't usually expect. As we see New South Wales athlete in Burnett. So back to the Victorian. He goes clear that time.
So Na Anang has got a chance to catch up with the winner of that 1500 metres. She's now a double gold medalist, Kayla van der Linden.
Kayla, congratulations on another incredible performance. We're expecting to come in and get 2 golds.
Not really, no, like at the Sydney one, no 2 golds, but it's amazing that I did and I'm super happy about it, yeah.
And you also broke the meet record. That's incredible. How do you prepare to do 2 incredible performances like that?
Usually I'll actually visualise my race beforehand and set down some lap goal times. Like this morning I was with my mum at the kitchen table listing out and calculating my lap times so that I could actually aim for around about that time, yeah.
Wow, and what kind of influence does your mum have on your running journey?
Honestly, my mum probably got me into running because she used to do triathlons and I'd often see her out in the morning running on the beach, and from when I was very young I'd want to run with her and try to beat her, that kind of thing, yeah.
Awesome. Do you want to say a quick thanks to your mum?
Thanks, Mum, for everything and always being supportive and never pushing me too hard. It means a lot. Thank you.
Oh, so incredible. Congratulations again, Kayla.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Oh. Great to hear from an athlete who's just so focused and planning on her performances. And we see Alan in this high jump. Not successful on his first crack at 185. This would equal his seed performance. So as we see our South Australian athlete, looks like Alex Menzel or Jamal Sigel. Nah has had another chance to catch up with another one of our local West Australian athletes, Liz Parnov.
So I'm here trackside with one of our Australian track and field athletes, Liz Parnov. How are you going today?
Good, thank you, Nah.
That's good. Can you tell us a bit about what you're doing today?
So I'm here with Rehydrate, promoting healthy hydration during the All Schools Carnival.
Awesome. And speaking of hydration, you were just in Doha. It was very hot there. What did you do to stay hydrated in that environment?
The key was just to sip electrolytes during the day, and thankfully for us, Rehydrate was one of our main sponsors. On the field, keeping your fluids up, and especially post-competition to help with recovery.
Awesome. And if people want to see you today, what will you be doing for the rest of the day?
So I'll be hanging around the track, maybe signing some signatures, and also I'll be at the Rehydrate booth handing out some electrolytes.
Perfect. So if you want to stay hydrated during this championships, make sure you come and see Liz at the rehydration booth and you can get a signature as well. Thanks, Liz.
Well, it's a double whammy there. Get some Rehydrate and get a signature from one of our class athletes. As you see, another clearance by an ACT. Hogue Duval. Sorry, Duval. I was all over that one. So Jackson King back at it. Miss there for Kyle Fisher. And Jackson King clean over the bar. Okay, so they have split these. So I had two sets of start lists, one with all 22 athletes, and then one with two sets of 11. This looks like the first of two. So we'll get through this once they get underway. So there'll be plenty of 1500 metre races here on the track.
So underway here in the first of two-time finals for the under-16 men's 1500. And Tane Hassler from West Australia has taken up the running to start with. And he'll have James Lemon from the ACT just stuck in behind, along with the other West Australian athlete in Digney. So this field strung out early. And Hassler really piling on the pressure early. He'll go through. Good pace, 43 seconds for the first 300 metres. So it is on at the moment. Maybe tough to hold this sort of pace for the remainder of the event, but he's doing a great job at the moment, really trying to break the hearts of the other athletes. He knows it's a time final, so he has to go out there and post a strong time if he wants to see if he can get himself up into the medals following the second of two-time finals. So Digney, his teammate, is there with him. So if the two of them can work together and get themselves around the track, posting a solid performance, they may be able to sit on the sidelines and wait with anticipation to see if the time is good enough to potentially jag themselves a medal. So come around, so the pace has definitely dropped significantly now. So they were doing 60-second pace, and on that last one, that was about a 68-second lap. So he'll need to keep the pace up and the pressure on if he does want to post a time that'll be good enough to challenge for medals with the next one to come, because there's some impressive athletes in the second to two-time finals, so you know it'll be fast. Unfortunately, Hassler has had to do this all on his own. Digny just 10 or so meters behind him, and then the rest of the field trailing behind that. But Hassler's doing a good job so far. He'll come down the straight, he'll receive the bell. So just under 500 meters to go in this first time final for the under-16s. You can see there, it's blustery conditions out there. So run down the back straight will be a tough one. It does hurt the athletes. It's fairly open and exposed, so you don't really get much respite from the headwinds as you're going around. So Hassler, who came 5th in the 3K earlier in the championships, he's here in this event doing it all solo from the front. And it is an impressive performance. But the rest of the field are starting to come back to him a little bit. You need to make sure that he keeps it up if he wants to cross the line first. As does Digny if the pressure's starting to come from behind. You see a bit of a kick and surge from Digny. You saw his teammate in Fernandez looming behind him. As Hassler enters the straight, Digny's trying to come at him, but Hassler still holding, and he'll come down to receive line honours. And the time will be important to note. Where we get to 4:15.81. So that's the time to beat for Hassler. So the other time final need to make sure that it's not too tactical, because if they play around too much at the start of the race, it may open the door for Hassler and his time of 4:15.81 to sneak up and maybe jag one of those medals. And wouldn't that be a treat for Hassler and a reward for a gallant effort in that first time final. You can see the athletes on the back straight in the second time final, just warming up, preparing for a start.
In comes Bailey Allen. He's clear on that one. $1.90 m. So he's added 5 centimetres to his seat jump. The wind really coming down hard and fast. So these boys in the second heat working into a headwind. We'll run through that start list in 1 from New South Wales, Jaden Gill. 2 from Victoria, Ethan Grills. 3 and 4 all from Victoria, Spencer Storen and Jai Hadfield. Jai Hadfield, the winner of the 3,000 metres yesterday. 5, Brock Waugh, who was the bronze medalist from Queensland. Kane Shields of New South Wales in 6. Wolfgang Cochran and Messi, Victoria in 7. Mitchell Langborn, Victoria in 8. Nathan Stanmore, New South Wales 9. Jonathan Harris from South Australia, that's him out in front, in 10. And for New South Wales, Michael King wearing number 11. Now there's Grills in 2, moving up into 3rd place. He was first across the line in the steeplechase. Unfortunately, he also crossed the line coming off the water jump and was subsequently disqualified. So out in front at the moment though, Mitchell Langbourne pulling this field through. Langbourne was the silver medalist in the 800 metres at the start of the program. And Nathan Stanmore, who was bronze, is also in this race. But it's Langbourne out in front. This is the bit where we get to see the 8s and the 3s come together. And Chuck Grill's in there, the steeplechase. There's Langbourne, Shields and War. Your first three at the moment. Are moving pretty quickly. Going through about 800 in 2:07.
Langbourne, Shields, Gill and Moore. That's your first ball.
So we've got a breakaway pack of 4 here. Langbourne still out in front. Shields. And then it's Gill and War. War goes up past Gill. So we've got our 3 or 4 athletes here. Alex Stanmore's trying to close that gap. The bronze medalist from the 800 metres is stuck in no man's land because they get the belt. Langbourne with Shields right on his tail. 350 metres to go in this under 16. 1500 metres, the timed final. So still Langbourne and then Shields. These boys going hammer and tong now down the back straight. Stanmore, he's made the big move. He was in no man's land, but this kick is huge. He's closing that gap. He was in 5th at the bell, and he's up into the bronze medal position. So it's Langbourne, and then Shields and Stanmore. Stanmore showing some huge speed here. He's closed that gap. What a kick from 150 metres to go. Stanmore, he's gone from 5th at the bell into 1st place. Look at those arms. Shields head down, grinding away. Langbourne's still there as well. Can Stanmore hold on? Shields trying to come back to him, but he was 5th, a long way back, 5th at the bell. And Stanmore takes the win, 4:01.14. What a race. What a last 400 metres from Nathan Stanmore. So he'll go home with 2 medals. He's bronze from the 8, but a gold medal from the 1500 metres.
In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal in time 4:30.82 from Queensland. Donnelly.
Barr still at 1.90 metre at the high jump.
In 2nd place, 4:30.35 from Queensland. Bridget McCormick. Ladies and gentlemen, winner of the gold medal and new All Schools champion 2019. Meet record time 4:22.96 seconds. From WA, Taylor.
So the Queenslander goes well clear. Good jump there. So Harry, he's a 206 jumper. So his current height's definitely no issue for him. Another good clearance there from our athletes out here. It's Curry, easily over 190. So it seems like some of these athletes struggled with the earlier heights, which usually they wouldn't even attempt. 192 metre plus jumpers. And a couple of them had a few fails at, well, not a few fails, but a couple of fails at 180. But here they are, easily clearing 190.
It's one of those ones where you can approach it a bit too lackadaisical. Just, you know, oops, you know, it happens at times where you're just not as focused because it's so low.
And another easy clearance there from one of our Queenslanders.
So Will Boland. So, two timed finals again for this one. In the under 18 girls, the first one underway. Hip number 1, Nina Yates from WA in 1. Georgia Laven, Victoria in 2. Tiana Woodger, New South Wales in 3. Ella Donnelly, South Australia 4. Caitlin Slobberman from South Australia 5. Alyssa Ramsdale 6 from Victoria. Georgia Chambers, Tasmania in 7. Zoe Melhuish 8 from the ACT. India Hooton from WA in 9. Sijuan Lim in 10 from RAS. And Lim Joel in 11 from RAS. So it's Georgia Laven leading the way at the moment. India Hooton just on a tail. Back to Yates and then Woodger. Not flying at the moment. These are timed finals, so medals can be won by anyone. So it's still Laven, Hooton and Yates. So Yates making her way up into the lead. That tailwind really coming up from the southwest. So they're running 3 abreast at the moment. Yates right on the outside, basically running in the middle of lane 2. Laven on the rail, then Hooton, Woodger. Looks like the 2 South Australians there, Donnelly and Slobberman. So Hooton just getting left behind a little bit there. They're running quite wide though at the moment. Laven now, the lead by herself. Yates dropped back to the side of Hooton. Woodger still there. And here comes Woodger. Up onto the shoulder of Hooton. Still Laven out in front. Yates, Woodger, Slobberman, Hooton, Melhuish, and then Donnelly. And back to the other Victorian. And this is Ramsdale. So they'll get the bell. Slobberman come up into the top 4 now. And still Laven on the rail. And here comes Slobberman. She's past Woodger into second place. So 350 metres to go. Slobberman now out into the lead. Someone needs to respond. They need to run a fast time if they want to get up and near a chance to the medals, but down the back straight. That's Caitlin Slobberman from South Australia. Laven sitting in second place still. Melhuish from ACT moving up into second place. Yates sitting there in fourth, but it's Slobberman with about 200 metres left to go in the first of 2 timed finals of the under-18 girls, 1,500 metres. She's got a massive lead coming around the bend. What a run here from Slobberman. She can lead this field into the home straight. Can Melhuish close that gap? Yates moving up into third, past Laven. Hooton still there in fifth. Woodger back to sixth. And Donnelly sitting in seventh place at the moment, but it's going to be Slobberman. She's going to hold on. That big move. Melhuish leaving her run just a little bit too late, and Slobberman's going to take it. 4:43.19 for the South Australian. Still waiting for some of our RAS athletes across the line. You can see it on the back straight. The athletes in the second timed final, just getting prepared. I'll have 4 Queenslanders, 3 New South Wales athletes, a South Australian, a Victorian, 2 WA athletes and an ACT athlete. That's Lim Joel. About 50 metres to go for her. And that's all the athletes in now for that. They make their way off the track. Slobberman in pole position, up to 194 in this under-18 men's high jump.
And there are your starters for this second of 2 time finals for the under-18 women. So we get underway. We go by hip number order. So Emma Hossack from Queensland with hip number 1. Lucy Morville from South Australia 2. Takira Amer from Queensland with 3. Alicia Cam, Queensland in 4. Imogen Gardner, New South Wales athlete in 5. Her teammate Nicola Hogg with 6. Hannah Cadden from the ACT 7. Vanessa Miller from WA in 8. Tia Chitty from Western Australia in 9. Georgie Purcell, New South Wales 10. Mia Rowe from Victoria in 11, and Sienna Jameson from Queensland, hip number 12. And it is Nicola Hogg who takes up the running the front end of the field. It's Victorian Mia Rowe. And then back to Gardner after that, the 3,000 metre champion. She's back out here. She's come down in distance to the 15, trying to do the double. We'll see how she fares. But strong running so far as these three open up a little bit of a gap over the South Australian Morville. They won't want to let that gap get out too much. As we say that, that's closed up straight away by the New South Wales athlete. She knew it needed to happen. And that was Georgie Purcell. So the New South Wales athletes, they'll know each other fairly well. There's three of them in the top four. And they race quite regularly. And it's Rowe from Victoria, who currently splits the two leading New South Wales athletes. And as we say that, Gardner does go past the Victorian into second, as Nicola Hogg continues to push the pace. Purcell still trying to hold on there, as Hogg and Gardner start to extend that gap a little bit. They go down the back straight, so Gardner probably in prime position here. Purcell goes past Rowe. She'll want to get up onto the back of Gardner to make sure she stays with him, because at the moment she's probably got too much of a gap to really sort of work off Gardner. She'll need to close it, otherwise she's pretty much doing the work herself, as is Hogg off the front. And Gardner, smart racing. She's the Pymble Ladies athlete who will feature tomorrow in the Nitro Schools Challenge, looked after by Deb Walsham. So Hogg and Gardner with Purcell trailing. I'll go through and get the bell. 400 to run. Time looks good at the moment. But here, it's championship racing. They want the win. They want the title. Who will it be? Who will come out the victor this time? Hogg still leading. Gardner looming. She starts to move up to the shoulder of Hogg. She goes past. Hogg will need to respond now, but Gardner looks super strong. She goes into the lead with just over 200 to run. Hogg will need to make sure she tucks in behind. Doesn't want to let Gardner get too far away. Purcell's probably a little too far out of it to try and challenge for the lead, because Gardner is running away with this one, and that gap is extending more and more as she comes around the bend into the straight. Hogg will have to try and find something special if she wants to challenge Gardner, because Gardner is really opening up now. The stride is long, it's powerful. She's running away, and she's going to come down and have a brilliant victory. Super smart racing. Trailed off Hogg for the majority of the race, and when it was time, she said, "See you later. I'm going to take the win here." 4:24.63. Nicola Hogg second, and Georgie Purcell will round out the trio for New South Wales. What a great effort there by Imogen Gardner. Tell you what, that's some experience you'll usually only see in the senior ranks of some of our top athletes. But Gardner here showing her class, and she does the double, the 15 and the 3K. And watch out tomorrow in that 1K. Oh, the Nitro Schools Challenge.
Perfect.
Any other athlete up against Gardner coming in as the 15 3K double champion. And if I was Pymble, I'd probably have my power play on that event.
Oh, it makes sense.
It certainly does.
It makes sense.
Not that we want to give anything away to the other schools, but I might have to maybe get a few insights from some of those schools as to where their power play may go.
Oh, hopefully that information's ready and available for us tomorrow.
Let's find out right now.
Well, you're going to find out I hope so. Hopefully it's just available. Well, if you're watching this live stream, hopefully you stick around and check out Cole's Nitro Challenge tomorrow as well. And Na is with the winner of that under 18 1500 metres, Imogen Gardner.
Yes, guys, I'm trackside with Imogen. Congratulations on an amazing run. Thank you. So you raced like a pro. That was incredible to watch. What were your tactics during that race?
I wasn't sure if anyone was going to take it, but just wanted to get out there and see how it played out. And I was really lucky that Nicola took it out fast for me so I could get a PB. Yeah, so.
Awesome. Congrats for the PB as well. For tomorrow for Nitro, will you have similar tactics?
I think for the 1K, I'll probably just go for it, seeing as sort of my last big one, and then just the 400 in the relay. So might take that one. We'll see.
Awesome. And running with Nicola, does that challenge you? Does it push you? Did you have a race plan coming in together?
Yeah, Nicola and I have raced each other a fair few times, and I know I can trust my kick over the last 200. So I guess I just had to keep that in the back of my mind throughout the race and let her take me around. Definitely pull me around quick.
Well, congratulations again, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow in Nitro.
Yeah, thank you. Look forward to it.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
It's a big weekend. She's doing the 400 and the relay.
Jeez.
Wow.
It's a big program, but she'll be looking forward to it, I'm sure.
So it's up to 194 the bar. Second attempt there for a New South Wales athlete. It's probably the worst thing about taking the back hip numbers, the back bibs off a high jumper is you just never get to see them.
You never know who they are because they get off the mat and walk away from the camera.
Fisher. There we go. That helps. It's Kyle Fisher. Felix Jackson King up next. Oh, good clearance there on his second attempt. We should see Colby Eddowes up shortly. So, racing here in the first of two timed finals. Thaddeus Ng in 1, Michael Hall of Queensland in 2, Bing and Chuk in 3 of RAS, Emerson Pomfret, Northern Territory in 4, Jacob Gross, Queensland in 5, Saxon Rose, Queensland in 6, Daniel Dreyer of the ACT in 7, Cameron Quirk in 8 of WA, Angus Thompson 9 of the ACT, and Noah McEnany of WA in 10. Now I'm going to watch for Saxon Rose. He'll do something quite special, I think, here. Basically, because I think he might be in the wrong race. The seed times come from Queensland School Sport Championships.
Well, he's out in front at the moment, and he's stretching this field right out, and he's created a pretty big gap already over the rest of the field. With McGanny, New South Wales, the West Australian, in behind him.
So he ran a 4:14 at the championships. And he won our schoolboys 1500 Classic.
Well, he's still leading.
And we're in 4:04. We're in 10 seconds faster in that race. So I don't know. The 4:14's probably got him into the B race.
Because it comes down to who entered the seed times.
Yeah. So he's going to have to work hard by himself out in front. Quirk, though, he's coming around the outside. And he's in the lead now. Be tough running down that back straight. It's a strong wind. And I know the male athletes always fall into tactical races, especially as they get older. And you just can't afford to do that in this event.
So, interesting tactics from Rose. Obviously took it out fairly hard, got the pace going, and now has dropped back. And it's the ACT athlete now taking over charge here.
Wow. That's a run from a long way from home.
It's Angus Thompson out there.
It looks like Daniel Dreyer, hip number 7.
Apologies to Dreyer.
Let's see if he can hold on. It's a big move. He's looking comfortable though. He's not losing too much. So he's got to put a fast time on the board and hopefully put the second of 2 time finals under a little bit of pressure. He enters the home straight just about 3:45. He's got to keep this going all the way to the line. So Daniel Dreyer will take it out. 4:02.41. Some fast finishes there. But pole position, Daniel Dreyer.
As we see one of the RIS athletes come through. So just one more out on the track. So this next 1500 is actually going to be a pretty good race. It's an interesting one. People coming from everywhere. Obviously, we've got the 5K champ, mixing it with the 800 champ. It'll be interesting to see where that middle point is, because obviously 5K is a lot more than a 15, 8 being a lot closer to the 15. And we've got a couple of the other medalists out there. Beers in there. So Clifford has run fast. He was beaten by Beer back at the junior champs. Oh, sorry, in Cairns last week. So Young took that one out. He's not here in this one. Angus Beer's still here. Clifford, he's here as well. Sharp's out there. So there's a few from last year's edition of the All Schools back again. So can Clifford or Beer go one better? Or will the 800 champ in Ethan Brout spoil the party? Don't count out Tom Palfrey. He'll be there as well.
Yeah, Harry Sharp was in the second of the timed finals last year. He won that. He's graduated into effectively the A race.
That's only fair.
That's it. You win the B, you get to have the A the next time around.
So they're on the line and off they go. So run through the hip number order. Harry Sharp from Victoria with 1. Patrick Cantlin, New South Wales 2. Tom Palfrey, the ACT 3. Ethan Brown, the 800 champ, New South Wales in 4. Tom Ferreira from WA in 5. And this pace is slowed right up as we continue through this order. Angus Beer New South Wales 6. Eli Baker, Queensland 7. James Healy, New South Wales 8. Brandon Ford, WA 9. And Sam Clifford with number 10. Now, this is interesting because they can't do this for too long. We're looking at 4:02 as the time to beat, and if they continue at this sort of pace, they may find themselves with too much work to do over the latter stages to try and beat this time.
I don't understand it. They're going to have to turn this into, well, right now, their first 800 is going to be 2 minutes 20. If anything.
So we'll track exactly how fast they're going. We'll try and bring you a rough sort of pace.
What's that? That's a 70-second lap.
So 1:10 for the first 400.
So Beer, this is interesting for Beer. This is not his kind of race.
No, he's usually straight from the gun, off you go. And Palfrey comes up to sit on his shoulder. And the pace really starts to lift a little bit now, and it really had to because they weren't going too fast. Brow's there, Clifford's there, Sharp is there. So all the major players are up in this lead group. But finally this pace has picked up.
Oh, it needed to. If it didn't pick up,
it's still going to be interesting to see where they're at the 800 mark as they go through just on 2 minutes there.
I wouldn't want Brow this close to the lead.
Not with this
race.
sort of pace.
No.
Not at all. So as they come through, they have picked it up a little bit, but still, it's not lightning as they go through in around 2:13 or abouts. So I'll let Matt do some calculations to try and figure out what
was it?
That may be 2:13. I had it.
Yeah, that's just a good pace.
So Beer still off the front. Palfrey on the shoulder, then it's Clifford. So the gap's really starting to open up here. Brow doing what he was doing in the 800. He sat back a little bit, but he's realised he's actually going to have to pick up the pace because they'll come down to receive the belt. But these three at the moment, Beer, Palfrey and Clifford, you really got to put your money in either Beer or Clifford, you say. Clifford being the 5K champion, so he's definitely got the endurance in the legs. Palfrey's still there. He has medalled on the national stage plenty of times before, but Beer's dictating this pace. He goes down onto the back straight. It'll be interesting to see how much this front running has hurt Beer. And you see a significant kick from Clifford. Beer responds. Clifford gives it back to him. He's happy for Beer just to sort of sit in front of him, block the wind, because you can see the flags on the front straight. Palfrey's still there. Watch for Brow. He may come late. If he does, it's still Beer. Now Clifford goes. He goes hard. There's someone looming in behind, but Clifford has made a significant move. He goes straight past Beer. Palfrey's still trying to fight on, but what a move by Sam Clifford. He took out the 5,000 metre title, and he's coming down, and he's going to take out the 1,500 metre title in sensational fashion. Palfrey fighting on for second, but Clifford take a bow. 1,500 5K double. He's done it. 3:57.62. What a time on the clock, and what a last 200 metres from Clifford.
I reckon at that 2:75 to go, it was just testing the waters. He came up on the shoulder of Beer really quickly and was like, what are you going to do? What's your move? And he showed his cards. And Sam was like, okay, I see. It's all right. Yeah, I knew we had a lot more in the tank. I need to see what Angus Beer's time was. Because 4:02 was the winner of the first heat. Did he do enough to hold on? A great run here from James Healy into fourth place. Just not getting past Beer at the end for Palfrey. So that's 3:57.6.
It'll be close.
It'll be close. It'll be very, very close. So, a second chance to chat to Sam Clifford.
Yeah, I'm trackside with Sam Clifford. Congratulations on an incredible run.
No, thank you very much. Saved it from the 3K, so no, good redemption run.
Yeah, and you say redemption run from the 3K. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, with the 3K, with the meet record, I knew it was there, and the commentary last night said, you know, what was I thinking? And I don't know, it was one of those things where I never do it any other time, never celebrating. My big ego got in the way that day, but yeah, so I wasn't going to do that again when I started to drop them boys in the last probably 100 metres. So no, I saved it till later. But yeah, the 3K was just a stuff up, and I was really down and out about it. But no, I picked myself back up, and yeah, ran a really good 15 today. So no, I'm really happy.
Well, yeah, you did run an incredible 15 and definitely a redemption from yesterday. Congrats again for 2 incredible runs.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well, I'm glad he came back to, he obviously was, you know, I'll rewatch my race, I'll just see what went wrong. He admitted it.
Yeah.
We'll put out a tribute song, the Redemption song by Bob Marley. You know, he's earned that today. And great for him to admit it. He's like, I stuffed it. It was there. I didn't realise. Oh, well.
Should have dipped.
Oh, I think a bit more of a dip. Needed a bit more of a dip for that. But not often that you would see someone dominate a 3K like that and then win the 1500 and call the 1500 the redemption run.
Yeah.
But no, good on him. It shows that sort of the self, he can recognise his own performances and where he needs to get better in areas. And, you know, last night he's like, you know what, I probably should have just, you know, probably 3 steps off getting that meet record. But that was just a classy run then.
Oh, super classy run. It shows his versatility as well.
Yeah, that was...
Go over the 2 distances, 3K and 1500.
Well, that 3K, it was a great run, but that was a great race.
Yes.
That 1500 metres, that was a race, a proper race. And I'm still waiting for some results to find out our top 3. The results I've found have come up in, seems to be just in seconds, which I'm not good at maths enough to look after that. Oh, okay, they're fine.
Now,
yep.
And Beer's all good. So he will take out that bronze medal. Dreyer just missing out.
Yeah, 5th overall for Dreyer. Actually, a lot of the, kind of a mix of everyone, basically, apart from the first 4. And that shows with just the slow first pace, first few laps in that A race.
So we see Harry, a Queenslander, on the runway. His attempt at 198, just knocking it with the feet on the way over. So the bar's starting to get up now, getting close to that 2 metre mark, which is where all the action really kicked off last night in the under-16 high jump, which saw an epic battle between Holmes and also Moya. Will the 18s offer up such a competition? As you see, the Victorian go well over 198. So Anastasius certainly wasn't troubled by 198 at all. As we go to the under-14 girls 100-metre final, and there's your start list. So Marley Kinsella from Queensland in 2, Lily Neal from Queensland in 3, Chelsea Scollier, the Tasmanian, in 4, Grace Kelly from Victoria in 5, Ellen Murphy, New South Wales 6, Demeter Beetham, New South Wales 8, Olivia Dodds, West Australia 8, and Sienna Phyllis from West Australia in 9. So who's going to get the better of the start? Beetham with a brilliant anchor in the relay yesterday evening. Scolia, she's medalled at the national level before. Can she do it again here? Or can the fastest from the heats, Kelly, take it from all of them? So, recall gun goes. And it looked like Phyllis on the outside. So with the under-14s, they do get a dispensation and are allowed one break on the field. So this does not apply to any other age group. But now there's one break on the field. The next will be disqualified. So hopefully a clean start. As the starters calls them to their marks once again. So brilliant start there by Scolia from Tasmania. She's left with the others with some work to do. Kelly's starting to come through now, as is Murphy. Murphy, the New South Wales athlete. Kelly's there, Scolia's there. It's going to be close on the line. It's going to be Ellen Murphy. She'll take this one out. Brilliant running there. It's going to be a photo finish image for second between Kelly and also Scolia. But Ellen Murphy from New South Wales really got into the running through the middle stages of the race, but brilliant start there by Scolia. She really made the others come after it. Murphy's really pushing through here, and a great dip on the line, and it looks like Kelly may have got the silver with Scolia having to settle for the bronze. But the excitement in that one, Ellen Murphy is going home, your national champion.
Yeah, she's run the hurdles this morning as well, so big day for Murphy, and I'm sure, I was going to say I'm sure she'll feature in a relay, but there's no under-14 Swedish relay, so unless she's in the 400, we'll see Demeter Beetham in the 400 later. Here's Colbietto's all clear at 198. I'd love to see what the wind conditions are like out there at the moment, what kind of tailwinds these athletes are getting. So just waiting for those official results to come through. It's taking a while to read it. It was a tight race. So 12:06 for Ellen Murphy. Damn good. Don't know about this meet record, 11:83. Ash Whitaker, 11:83. She would have been 15 at the time, so definitely not an under 14 time. Grace Kelly, 12:10. Chelsea Scolia, 12:12. Demeter Beetham, 12:14. Olivia Dodds, 12:42. Sienna Phyllis, 12:53. And Marley Kinsella, 54. Lily Neal, 12:74. The wind plus 2.9. So Bulk Taylor's out there. And actually, from another result, I've got 12:07. So I'll agree with that one. 12:07, 12:10, 12:12. This is our next start list here. It's the under 14. Harris Contabasis from New South Wales in 2. Dylan Heath from Queensland in 3. Emmanuel Tungaloa of Queensland in 4. Max Busuttil, Victoria in 5. Max Berry in the ACT in 6. Lane 7 vacant. Jean Mai from South Australia in 8. And the ACT, Joshua Foncam in lane 9. So Busuttil, Berry and Tungaloa are the 3 fastest in the heats. They're in separate timed finals in the 200 and only about 0.03 separated them. So this is their first opportunity to race each other for the gold in the blue ribbon event. Often racing, a little bit of stumble for Connor Bassis, but Tungaloa's gotten away well. Berry was left behind, Bussertil coming home, but watch Max Berry, he's tearing away from the field. Foncam on the outside's looking good, but it's Berry. And then Tungaloa, and I reckon Foncam on the outside might have snuck home over Bussertil for the bronze medal. But it's Max Berry, he's done the double. Emmanuel Tungaloa. I think Joshua Foncam might have snuck in there. Well, they need to look at the last few strides of that race. Connor Bassis, a great start, but he stumbled out of the blocks. Tungaloa looking great, Foncam on the outside, but this last 50 metres is where Max Berry turned on the jets. And as we get to the line, oh, Foncam might have even got real close to silver. ACT turning it on the sprints of this under 14s. The bar up to 1.98 m. Third attempts for the under 18s. And he's clear. Save the best till last. Unfortunate miss there. That looked like it was Jorge Duval. And we'll go to Jackson King next. His last attempt at 198. So the official times there, Max Berry 11:21, Manuel Tungaloa 11:47, and Foncam 11:49, the win plus 2.2. So that'll be a new meet record for Max Berry. He's had a big weekend. He'll be going home to the nation's capital with 2 goals. Unfortunately, Felix Jackson King's high jump competition is over. So for those that have cleared 198, it'll go up by 4s to 210. So it'll go 202, 206, 210, and then 213, 216, 216 if they can achieve that. It's the World Under 20 qualifier. So the next 2 races on the track. Oh, as we said, James Wood's the winner of the pole vault. Just knock off the bar in the high jump. Interesting combo. You don't see many pole vaulter high jumpers. But it will have the para 100 metres, 2 heats, the ambulance, and then the wheelchair. And there it is, the bar up to 202 now in this high jump. It's getting up to the business end. Still, though, I'm sure could be at least another, I reckon maybe even more than an hour left in this high jump comp. It's only been going for about an hour 15. This is where it starts getting pretty serious. So just as they get stood up, Marley Leslie in 1, Lainey Harrison 2, Harriet McCorkle in 3, Bridget Gibbons in 4, Reese Pryor 6, Tracy Babora in 6, Reese Pryor was in 5, Indigo Preble in 7, Marley Lovell 8, Abby Craswell in 9, and Agnes Magindi in 10. So a fast start on the outside by Abby Craswell, but it's the Northern Territory athlete Tracy Babora pulling away from the field. Lainey Harrison and Amali Leslie fighting it out in lanes 1 and 2, but taking line honours is going to be Tracy Babora from Lainey Harrison, Agnes Magindi and Amali Leslie battling it out in lanes 1 and 10. We can't discount Tracy Babora first across the line in his under 16 para 100 metres, the ambulant heat, and there will be a wheelchair heat next up on the track.
Brilliant running there from Babora. Streaking away with line honours there. And a super quick time as well. So Edo's in the high jump, unfortunately failing on that attempt at 202. I know we've gone on about it a lot, but I'm still buzzing after last night's high jump comp. And I just want to see it again in this one.
Oh, it's got the potential with a lot of athletes who, you know, are up around that 206, 203. You're going to see, especially with it's going up in 4 centimetres till 210. So you're going to see some brand new PBs, 02, 06, 10. That's some big jumps.
Yep. And I loved it when they brought in the jump off rule. Where you go back to the next height, you have another go at it. If you don't get that, you go down to the next height.
Yep, and if you both get that, you go back up.
You go back up. It's just up and down.
Yep, until one gets it, one misses.
Love it. It's like the 5th set of a tennis match.
Yeah.
Could go on forever. As we see, Sarah Jane Clifton Bly and also Victoria Simpson on the start line in this para wheelchair, 100 metres, and a good start there from Simpson. Clifton Bly also pushing on really well, but Simpson starting to open up a bit of a gap here as she pushes down the track. And it's brilliant pushing from both the athletes, but Simpson's going to come down and she'll take line honours as we see Clifton Bly come through now. 21.45. Those performances will be put into the MDS system and they'll be compared to the athletes in the previous time final. So it's hard to sort of gauge on who may take the honours out of these two, because they both are two different classifications. Clifton Bly being a T32 and Simpson a T54. So we'll leave that up to the MDS, but brilliant effort from Simpson to take line honours in that 16s Para 100.
So with these strong tailwinds here, there's a chance that we might see a new meet record in the next race. Halal Durmaz went 11.79 in the heats. You look at that windsock, it is flying. I reckon we'll see something big there. As we just saw the Victorian, one of the favourites, Roman Anastasis. Definitely got that wrong, Anastasius. That's much better. And here comes Will Boland. Oh, 202 causing some drama here. This is Jarman Sigel. He came in with a seed height of 190. And he's obviously gone 90, 94, 98. So it's been a new PB potentially for him. Again, if he's already jumped 8 centimetres over his seed jump. Oh, not to be on that first one. So they're behind their blocks now. It's the girls under 16 100-metre final from the inside in lane 2, Queensland, Monique Hanlon. In 3 from South Australia, Jordan McMillan. In 4, the favourite from Queensland, Halal Durmaz. In 5 from New South Wales, Gabriella Taylor. 6 from New South Wales, Shola Adeniran. In 7 from New South Wales, Georgia Fickart. In 8 from WA, Angel Turner. And in 9 from New South Wales, Alexandra Stoilova. The 3 in the middle, Durmaz, Taylor and Adeniran all went sub-12. I think that's what's going to be needed to get the medals today. Potential for even a sub-12, if this tailwind keeps up, for a sub-12 to even miss a medal in an under 16 girls 100 metres. There are 2 meet records for this one, I don't know why. Jess Thornton in 2013, 11.60, and Lauren Hewitt, 11.53. I wouldn't worry about the national record, 11.30. Off and racing, Durmaz, a massive start. This is a dominant run. Stoilova and Adeniran fighting it out on the outside. Stoilova looking the best. Here comes Taylor, but it's going to be Halal Durmaz taking the win there. Big run, 11.62. And I reckon that's going to probably drop down a little bit as well. I reckon Taylor might have snagged the silver medal there. She's one of the only younger athletes in this final. 14-year-old. That's a massive run.
It was all set up from the start there. You see it lightning out of the blocks, Durmaz, and really put meters into them to start with and left a lot of work to do for the rest of them. They're not going to run down Durmaz when you get a start like that.
Not even close, but it just showed it was basically won in the first 30. The gap that was there at the 30 was the same gap at the end. Henry Hardcastle, his second attempt at 202. No good. Having a tough time of it there. You can see how strong the wind was as it was blowing all the girls' hair when they're on their blocks. There's Patrick Harry. Oh, massive jump from Harry. 202 clear. The North Queensland athlete. Yeah, Anastasius. Oh. You could see the frustration when he missed the first attempt. He made sure he definitely didn't miss that one.
And you could pretty much see everything underneath him as he went over there because the gap was huge.
Here comes Boland. Oh, that was a good attempt from Boland. Now I'd love to see some results from that previous race.
So, if you can't hear it, this Matt's just clicking away at the refresh button, just waiting for these results to come through for that 100 metres. As soon as we get those results, which we now do. So, Dermaz 11.54 on that one. We don't have a win, so don't know.
We do.
We do?
4.0.
Oh, there we go.
Well, that's a new meet record for Dermaz. And actually, no, it's windy, doesn't matter. Ben just decided to show me his prediction. He said 56. 54, not too far away. Gabrielle Taylor, 11.80. Shola Adeniran, 11.83. And I did mention it before. I said a sub was probably going to miss a medal. Alexandra Stoylova, 11.85.
And that misses a medal.
And to be even more impressive, Gabriella Taylor and Stoylova are both the younger age. So they'll be back again next year. Monique Hanlon, 12 flat. Angel Turner, 12.08. Jordan McMillan, 12.18. And Georgia Fickart, 12.21. You see Edo's. Usually when you're a weightlifter and you take your shoes off in a competition, it means you've retired. I don't think he's fully retiring from the sport. He's just finished his, unfortunately, he's out of the competition.
Yeah, still quite young, still plenty.
I don't think he's packing it in.
Left. But it's been a great championships for Edo's. He was out there in the long jump, the pole vault, the high jump. He's been everywhere. And some solid performances all round. He was out there in the hurdles as well. As we turn to the next event, which is the men's under-16 para. 100 metres. And in one will be Nathaniel Halpin from the ACT. And I just have to confirm my start list.
Yeah, I think it's been reseeded since we last saw this. We've got Luke Small in lane 9, but that's not Luke Small. That's Dylan Mendonca.
Okay. So, off and running. And it's the Queenslander running well. Halpin from the ACT on the inside. He's starting to trail him now. He goes past him. Halpin, he's going to take line on us here, 12.53. Some good running. As we see Mendonça come across the line now, along with Small. Brilliant running by all the athletes, but Halpin takes the win there. Great effort from the ACT athlete to take line honours. It may be hard to beat the likes of Mendonça. He was flying there, and he's already medalled so far in these championships. He may find himself on the podium once again.
So Na has had a chance to catch up with the newly crowned under 1600 metre champ, Halal Dermaz.
Hello, what an incredible run. 11.62. Were you expecting to run that far?
Was planned to run that fast, but I don't know. I'm glad I did it though.
Oh, I'm not glad you did it. Way too close to my personal best. How does it differ running with the opens to the juniors?
Well, with like running in juniors, you know, it's more like trying to hold your ground. It's opens, you don't get sucked into all like the other people. So, yeah.
Yeah, and what goes through your mind when you're trying to hold your ground compared to
just relax. Just if you keep going, you're not going to get caught.
Well, you're not wrong. Well, congratulations on an amazing run.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
There you go, just holding your ground.
Just got to hold your ground.
Relax.
Yep.
And just know you're not going to get caught.
Well, say hold her ground. If she's the reigning champ, it's like, no, you take the gold from me.
Come at me.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
I'm not going to give it up.
I'm in front. What are you going to do about it? Catch me.
If you want it. Yeah, this is another one of the bonus races that they've just given us.
So in this one, we've got Warwick Holmes, also Elijah Palmer and Ryan McCormack.
Yeah, so Elijah Palmer's in the centre there.
It looks like we've got Holmes on the outside and McCormack on the inside.
Yeah, so that's Cormac Ryan pushing away down the home straight. Warwick Holmes closest to camera with Elijah Palmer at the back of the field at the moment, but it's going to be the T54 athlete Cormac Ryan taking the line honours. And as we see there, Warwick Holmes and Elijah Palmer in our wheelchair 100 metres. So, 206. Roman and Anastasius up and about. So Patrick Curry would have already had his attempt. Oh, he's well clear there. Stamps his authority on this field. Here goes Will Boland. Oh, he's over. Boland. What a jump. So he puts himself in prime position. So it looks like these are our three athletes left. Patrick Harry coming in for his second attempt. Oh, not to be there. He had his attempt before the board lady even put the 2 up there. So he'll be able to, with consecutive jumps, have a bit more time. But with Boland and Anastasius over,
it's going to be tough because probably pretty much puts him in a backseat position through the next round because the others have had a clearance before him, which means he will need to clear the next one before them. Otherwise, it will be hard.
And unfortunately, the next one is, it's 210.
So 206 is the height. Harry from Queensland. He's going to need something special on this third and final attempt. Pull some inspiration from the likes of Holmes. I'm sure Harry, he wasn't here, he was watching the live stream, glued to it, watching the battle between Holmes and Moya. Now it's Tier's turn to shine out here in the sector. What can he do? Oh,
a good attempt.
So close.
From Patrick Harry.
It really does get the body up nice and high, but unfortunately not. So we're straight to the 100 final for the under-16 men's. So Pacific, 2 defeating Makusa in 2, Max Brideston 3, Jordan Blaze Lightbourne 4, Caleb Clark 5, Jack Bolton 6, Ryan Braithwaite 7, Poston Brown 8, and Isaac Heiford in 9. Oh, it looks like one of the Victorians, Braithwaite, may have gone a little early there. So this age group did not get the break. So if the officials deem that he's gone early and is in the motion of starting, he will be disqualified. Yep. And it didn't seem like there was much movement from the rest of the field. So unfortunately, we're probably going to see Braithwaite DQ'd from the 16s final. And the officials have shown the card, which means we're down to 7. Bolton, the favourite, the only one to go sub 11 in the heats. What can they run here in the final? Watch for the challenge from Lightbourne and Clark. Fairly even start between the 3 favourites, but you'd probably say Lightbourne, the West Australians, had the better of the run so far. Here comes the other 2 in Clark and Bolton. Bolton streaking through the field now. He'll take the win. 10:91 on the clock. He didn't have it there in the start. You'd probably say Lightbourne was leading after about 40 or 50 through the race, but that's when Bolton started to get into his running, and he's come through for a great victory. Caleb Clark from Queensland also coming through at the end there. As you see here, Lightbourne really good over the first 30 metres, and this is where Bolton and Clark really get into it, and Bolton coming away.
Oh, Isaac Highfold on the outside as well, having a great finish. And Brideston, very close, but we'll see Jack Bolton probably in about 40 minutes maybe. What time is it? He's got 59 minutes till the 400 metre start. So we're up to 210. In this high jump, this is serious height now. Boland's second attempt.
Just wasn't ready for that one.
Using every meter optional here, it seems. Oh, very close. That was a good attempt. Comes in from a long way back. And tough to get all that speed into that headwind. As you see, goes back. So I'm guessing Anastasius cleared 210 on his first, or at least his second. He does jump before Boland.
So Boland will now have a little bit of time before his next attempt. So he'll go back, has to have a chat to the coach, talk about the next attempt and see how they're going to attack it. Will they adjust the run up? Will they continue with the current course? This is his third and final attempt to respond to Anastasius. What has Boland got?
Still time. Settle down.
Walks out of that one. Shades of Holmes here.
So the results through for that 100 metres. They got a 1.9. So Bolton 83, Caleb Clark 94, Jordan Blaze Lightbourne 11.05, and Isaac Highfold 11.11.
Bolton.
Oh, that was a massive jump. Oh, the first half of him was over. He got the height. Whew. So, a lineup here for the para under 18s, women's 100 metres. Alyssa Jordan in 1, Jessie Venner in 4, Helen Sharp in 5, Carly Simons in 6. And I think this is going to be a little bit off because Carly Simons is running with a guide, and they look like they are in. Oh, I've got Alyssa Jordan in 3, Jessie Venner in 4. Caitlin Sharp in 5, Carly Simons in 6 and 7, Tamsin Colley's in 8, Rhiannon Clark in 9, Rebecca Turner in 10. All right, got it.
Good effort.
So Carly Simons, she's a T11, which is the most extreme of the vision impaired, and will always run with a guide. And that's Matt Rawlings as the guide. Now, what's the rule with the guides when you're trying to finish a race, Ben?
Well, the guide always has to let their athlete finish first. They don't want to cross the line in front because that may result in a disqualification.
It may result in a... Wouldn't it be 100% of the time if that...
More than likely.
A fast start there from Sharp, and on the outside it's the world champs and Comp Games medalist Rhiannon Clark tearing the track up in lane 9. Sharp and Lissa Jordan battling it out. It's going to be Clark taking line on as that is fast. 13.05 from Sharp, Jordan, Venner, and then Simons, Turner and Colley. What a run there from, you could almost say a veteran now, Rhiannon Clark. She's just too quick on the outside. First across the line, 13.05. I'm sure that would drop below. And I think Matt Rawlings, he was very close to crossing the line at the same time as Carly Simons.
You wouldn't want to do that.
No.
You wouldn't want to do that.
I like this move from Roman. There's no point mucking around with 2:13.
No.
What's that going to get you? It's not a new PB. He's jumped to 2:14. So you know what? You know what I haven't jumped? The World Under-20 qualifier.
And that's what I'm here for.
So back in 2016, the trials were here. Josh Connolly hit 2:16 on this pit to get his World Under-20 qualifier and win the champs. And then the next day at the Track Classic, John Dodds at the other end hit 2:16. So this last time there was a comp here eligible for World Under-20 champs, 2:16 was done twice. So it's got the history, it's got the pedigree. Anastasius, he asks for the support of the crowd.
Can he go clear at 2:16?
Oh, that's a good first crack.
Really good. So there's no doubting he can get the height. That's there.
Well, while he's got a bit of a break, but we'll see those times from the last race, and we'll see while he sits down to soak up the recovery. Shouldn't be too far away. The times for the power events normally take a little bit longer.
Well, they won't do it until they've inputted the results into the MDS. And it can take a bit of time. Sometimes you may be able to get them out pretty fast, so it depends on how busy the officials are at the time. We have a look, see if we've got some results.
So he'll have 2 more cracks at 2:16.
So looks like we're going to go down trackside with Naranang, who does have Tasman Collie.
Yes, guys, I'm here trackside with Tamsin. Congratulations on an awesome run.
Thank you so much.
So you were just recently at the World Championships and you were the youngest athlete on the team. How was that experience?
Yeah, it felt pretty cool knowing I made history with that, yeah.
And was that your goal for the whole year?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do good performances here too, so I'm working on it, yeah.
And have you ticked that box yet for this championship?
Well, it's been tough with a break after Dubai, so I haven't had much training, so I've done my best.
Yeah, do you find it hard coming into a competition with not much training, or you just enjoy it?
Yeah, it's a bit hard, but it's just fun. I guess, yeah.
It is fun. Well, congratulations on 2 awesome championships this year, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
So definitely a quality athlete there. As we're straight into the under-18 women's 100 final. So Greta Andrews 2, Chiara Santiglia 3, Taylor Cruttenden 4, Grace Hewitt 5, Emma Klassen 6, Tegan Berry 7, Mietta Russell 8, and Amelia Finger in 9. So Cruttenden, the hometown hero, favourite. So they're off. Good start there by Cruttenden from Western Australia. She's really opened up a gap over the rest of the field. Hewitt's trying to go with her, as is Klassen's trying to come through. But this is Cruttenden's 8. She's running away with this one. Huge run. 11:48. Massive run from Taylor Cruttenden. She has blown this field apart. It was a blinding start, and from there she didn't look back. And you thought the others might try and come at her, but tell you what, she just kept on going, didn't look back, and has annihilated this race with 11:48. So we'll wait for the times and the wind. We'll see if it's going to be rounded down, which some of these other races have been.
Yeah, well, the under-16 boys is a 1.9. Anastasius here. Oh, he was over that. Damn. $11.75 is the world under-20 qualifying time. And Cruttenden's a younger age too.
She is. Tell you what,
I wouldn't think she's a smaller framed athlete, so I would feel a solid Taylor would get you there. And Nah is currently with the winner of that 100-metre final, Taylor Cruttenden.
Yes, I'm here trackside with Taylor at 11:38. That is quick. What was going through your mind?
I thought I knew it was going to be a quick one, but it's a bit unlucky about the win. But yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, and you did the 200 too, so you got the double. Was that your goal for the championship?
Well, after I won the 2, I was hoping to do the double, so yeah.
Well, you definitely got it. And where can we see you over the next few months?
I'll be competing in WA States and obviously juniors, and then not sure what else.
And then World Juniors, hopefully. Oh, I'm backing you anyway.
Hopefully.
Well, congratulations, Taylor, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
wow. As we see the replay here, she gets the start, and you would have thought some of these others would have tried to come back at her, but look at her go. Just pulls away from the field with every stride.
Honestly, it's beautiful.
And 11:38.
How's the drop down from the clock too?
Yeah, huge. So we'll try and...
Still can't get any results.
Come up with a wind though, because that wind is going to be the all-important one.
And to make it even more impressive, well, it's not even the meet record.
No, it's only just off though.
Yes, but 11:36 Riley Day is the meet record. And that was done in 2016 when she was 16 in Canberra. Very wind assisted as well.
And we remember what happened to Riley Day after that. She blew up.
4 points.
A sensation.
4.7.
4.7.
Last attempt. Oh, that was massive. Oh, that was at least a 2:20 effort, but Roman Anastasius, what a great jump. What a great competition. So Taylor Cruttenden, 11:38 with a plus 4.7. Tegan Berry, second, 11:92. Grace Hewitt, 11:95. Amelia Finger, 11:98. Emma Klassen, 12:02. Very close. Mietta Russell, 12:06. Greta Andrews, Taylor Cruttenden, a bit of an outlier in that race.
You've got to say, she must have been playing with them in the heats.
Yeah.
She was only equal. She was equal fastest through with Klassen at 11:99.
She was foxing.
It's the ultimate fox.
That's the ultimate. I want to see what these boys can do in the open race. Now, this is a meet record that had conditions like this, actually less wind. Back in 2014, Jack Hale, 10:13. That'll be in our able-bodied race. Now, we will have 2 races here with only 1 start list. So that was Jaden Taylor in lane on the inside, it seems.
So in the second one will be Corey Crombie, along with Ethan Moose, and also Jaden Page.
So that's not Jaden Taylor, or looks like Nicholas Randall. So Randall will be in 2. Edward Parker in 3. Jaden Page in 4. Gabe Wilson in 5. Cam McLeod in 6. Sammy Mwamba in 8. James Pendred in 10. And Ben Shaw in 11. In the second race, we should see Jackson Lang in 7. Corey Crombie in 9 and Ethan Moose in 12. So a bit of space out there. Oh no, Jackson Lang's in this race. There's Ben Shaw. So don't believe they'll have the next two guys in lanes 9. So no lane 3. No Jaden Page. A fast start there from Edward Parker, but we saw Sammy Mwamba in the 200. He tore them apart when he entered the home straight, and once he's into his stride, he's too strong. He'll take line on us here from Parker. Fast finish from Cam McLeod and James Pendred as well in the bright green socks. 11.80 the time there. Here comes Jackson Lang in lane 7, the West Australian, the hometown hero. But Sammy Mwamba, he takes the tape. We'll have one more wheelchair para 100 metres next, and then the under 18 boys for the 100 metre final, and then it just goes back. We go in reverse order. Surprisingly, for the 400s, it goes the 18 girls, then boys, 16 girls, then boys. Mixing it up, eh?
So obviously you can't see our start list, but it's an interesting one in the 18s. Must have been some issues with one of the heats yesterday. We have a couple of hand times in there. So it becomes interesting when you have two heats, trying to determine who progresses based on hand times.
Yeah, if you were watching yesterday, the clock didn't stop on the last heat. So they've given... probably was pretty fair. No one really missed out. It is hard, but...
Tough, because obviously there's the old rule of adding 0.24 to the time, but that's not always consistent.
No. And that's just the general. They're just like, you know what, we're just going to do that. Probably could have, especially in the overall rankings. But sometimes there's no way to, if it happens, it happens. They race again or you give them a time, so. But here we go. Moose on the inside, Crombie on the outside.
So off they go. Good start by Moose. Crombie, watch for him to come late as he starts to try and edge up to the side of Moose. Moose is still there, but here comes Crombie. He's head down, he's digging deep, and he's going to come down and take line honours in this para wheelchair 100 metres, and Moose crosses the line. 17.76 on the clock. So great start there by Moose. Halfway down, Crombie just had the head down. He was digging deep. He's come through with line honours.
Yeah, massive start there from Moose. But Crombie, he bided his time and he takes the tape. So we jump into the last round of the under-18 Jav. And a scoreboard man is popping a 6 on that.
60-88. Yeah, so big throw. Again, no distances from the Queensland on our sheets.
They were submitted.
So the West Australian, what's he got here in this last round? That's out there. That's probably in that mid 50 range.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the big boys deploy, event 155. The boys under 18, 100.
As we see, Lucas on the runway. One of our highest seeded throwers here. What has he got?
Oh, he got close to that line.
And the javelin just sort of popped up, so that won't be an improvement for him. So he steps over the line, and that will be a foul.
So the men's under 18 100-metre final. The inside, it's Jaden Chambers in 2, Mitchell Lightfoot in 3, Harrison Callow 4, Cooper Jenkins in 5, Godfrey Okorenyang in 6, Jai Gordon in 7, Prosper Nwoko in 8, and Leroy Reid in 9. At the Queensland Championships, Jai Gordon and Prosper Nwoko dead heated to the 1000th to share the gold. And they're in lanes next to each other here. We've only got one of the medalists from the 200 metres, Leroy Reid, the silver medalist, out in lane 9. So watch for him to come home fast. But Okorenyang, fastest through the heats. He'll be the favourite. We'll see what that wind's doing, if they can get a legal time. And hopefully rewrite some PBs. So they're racing Jai Gordon, a great start. Okorenyang on his inside, and Jenkins. No one in front yet at the moment. Oh, we've lost Okorenyang. Jai Gordon, here comes Nwoko. It's going to be a big dip on the line. I don't know if that clock is right there. I think it's an 8. Yeah, it is 10:85. Unfortunately, to Godfrey Okorenyang, he was pushing it. Great that start there from Gordon, shoulder to shoulder with Okorenyang. He just couldn't get in front of him. Nwoko coming home really late. And like I mentioned, they dead heated at state. Could they dead heat again at nationals?
Too close for us to call on that one.
No, honestly.
Way too close, because Nwoko was coming over the top of Gordon, but has he got it in time?
That's exactly, that race was identical to the state championships.
So we actually do have 2 cameras out there, so you can see the photo finish image from both sides. So it'll be important to review both of those photos to ensure that they pick the right one.
Well, to make it more impressive, they're both younger age.
Wow. But unfortunately, I think it was probably the pressure that Gordon put on Okorenyang in the early stages. It sort of made Okorenyang tighten up a little bit through those middle stages, and we hope that he's all right. Obviously, we never want to see an athlete go down like that, but tell you what, can't take it away from Gordon and Nwoko. So we may see a bit of delay in results on that 100, because the photo finish officials will take their time to try and determine who was the winner in that situation. As we see,
big throw from Kane Simmons. It's got to be getting close to the 60-metre mark.
He's intently watching. It looks like he's just missed something.
Was it 59.99? Let's not turn it to, can we see it? To young board man. Keep going. Keep going. 62.34.
34.
So we still have some athletes left. They haven't Completely closed the pit. No, they're taking the jabs away. No, that looked too small to be. And bringing jabs in. So we head to the boys under 16 triple jump.
Check, 1, 2.
Just doing some manoeuvring with the plasticine. There's one button on the board.
Your last chance is now. You're against the video paid merchandise from the merchandise team. A flash saver. He's going right out the back. The shirt is strict to the grandstand. Last chance for that member. The limited size of that, but all schools commanded merchandise is half price. Bags $25, hats $15, tees $20. You are interested in all schools merchandise. There's a flash sale happening right now on video.
Still nothing through the results for that 100 metres. We'll keep you informed when it comes up. Jay Salkvist on the runway now. I'm guessing that was probably Zach Warburton just before him. Oh, smooth through the phases. Probably over-rotating on the jump just a touch. Oh, good jump there from Elfin John Jimmy. I'm still getting nothing from the results of that under 18 men's 100.
So that only shows that obviously it was super close.
Yep.
May need a couple of eyes to have a look at it.
Two maybe.
Just to confirm. So obviously you have a photo finish judge looking at it who'll be on the read computer.
Yep.
And then there'll be a chief photo finish judge just sitting over the shoulder, ensuring that the correct decisions are made.
Look, I'm happy for them to give 2 gold medals to Queensland. Look, it's fine by me. It's not like it hasn't happened to those exact 2 athletes before. When do you think that has ever happened?
Whoa.
Just the fact that 2 athletes ever have both dead heated.
Twice now.
And then twice at championships, 4 golds. So the first of our 400 finals. Once they get underway, we'll run through the list. 53.65, that's a target time for these athletes. So from the inside, it's Catherine Porter, Sally Guthrie, Beck Clausen, Caitlin Ferrier, Emma O'Reilly, Shad Mohammed, Yasmin Thomas, and Eliana Mitchell. And Ferrier trying to chase down O'Reilly on her outside. That's Eliana Mitchell working hard in lane 9. Big headwind down the back straight. We see O'Reilly go up onto the shoulder of Mohammed. And Ferrier, can she make her move with 200 metres left to go? She's probably just in front. Mitchell running very quickly out there in lane 9, but as they come around halfway around this bend into the home straight, it's going to be Ferrier. Now they start to feel the breeze at their back. O'Reilly probably sitting in second place, and Mohammed and Eliana Mitchell fighting out for the bronze, but it's Ferrier. Can she stay strong down these last 50 metres? Mohammed coming hard fast over O'Reilly. Can she snag that silver medal? But Ferrier, she's going to be too good for this field, and she's going to take the win here. This stops the clock, 54.61 from O'Reilly and Mohammed. They are 1, 2, 3 in the under 18 400 metres. It's probably not ideal 400 metre conditions. Tough to have a big headwind down the back straight. It's where you're trying to produce the most speed and carry the momentum.
And knowing this track fairly well, it is a track that when there is wind down the back straight, it's extremely difficult. It's a little bit more open exposed than some of the other tracks you'll see. It just comes over the treetops and just hits that back straight pretty hard. And if you're not used to that sort of wind, then it can throw you around a little bit. And you can see the tops of the tents just blowing around a little bit. It's fine once you get to the straight. You know, it feels like you've got a big helping hand pushing you down, but that back straight is tough.
So the results have come in for that 100 metres. Prosper Nwoko getting the win, 10.77 to Jai Gordon's 10.78. Which would have, if they gave them both a dead heat, it would have been even more exciting, because when they dead heated at state champs, they dead heated at 10.79. So that would have been quite exciting if that was the case. But Nwoko gets the title. And the next race up on the track will be the one we've been pumping up for quite some time. I'd be even more impressed if they can run the qualifier today at 46.9 in these conditions. If you've got a +4 in the home straight, it means you've got a -4 down the back straight, and that is tough, tough conditions. Oh, big jump there. Kippy Langat coming in with a 13.30.
13.27 with the score 98.99 from Victoria's Caitlin Sharp. In second place, the silver medalist. At the time of 12.96 and MBS score of 101.31 from Western Australia. Rhiannon Clark. Gold medalist, all schools champion at the time of 13.39.
So it looks like Na Anang has been able to round up Caitlin Ferrier, winner of that under-18 women's 400 metres.
So I'm here at the finish line with the winner of the 400 metres, Caitlin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So that was such a gutsy run. Was that your tactic for the race?
Yeah, I was trying to like conserve a little bit on the back because it was very windy, but also make sure I had enough so that I could get a good time. It wasn't as quick as I hoped, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, it sure is. And this track, is it your first time competing here? What's the atmosphere like?
I actually competed here in 2016, I believe. Yeah, so I did the 400 then as well, but yeah, it's definitely like different to others, and then Sadie was a lot bigger as well. But yeah, it's a good atmosphere though. Yeah, very good. Everyone's nice.
And do you have anyone watching you in the stand?
Not in the stands, they're all at home.
Do you want to send them a quick message?
Hi everyone, thanks for watching.
Well, congratulations for an awesome run.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks Na, thanks Caitlin. Well, hopefully the family are all watching the live stream. If they're not over there, they're tuned in here. And hopefully they got to see Caitlin take the win.
As we see our start sheet for the next final up on the track for the under-18 men's 400 metres. And this is one of the races that Matt and I have been waiting for. It's been billed as one of the events of the meet. And we're going to see two athletes go head-to-head, and we'll see if any of the others can challenge them. So in 2 will be Jack Clark from Victoria, 3 Isaac Chug from Tasmania, 4 will be Augustine Nikita Jr. from the ACT, 5 Joshua Atkinson, one of the favourites for this one. In 6 from Queensland will be the Reese Holder, the second of the favourites. In 7 will be Max Holmes from Victoria. In 8 will be Max Holmes from New South Wales.
Of course they're next to each other.
And in lane 9, William Searles from Queensland. So we did speak about this in the heat.
We did. It was like, imagine if they're in lanes next to each other.
And they have Max Holmes and Max Holmes.
Wonder if they'll swap bibs when they finish. And another thing I like, it's good to see, especially for 400 running in Australia, all the athletes sub 49.3 to make the final here. So you had to run quick to just make this final.
Yeah. It's definitely a quality final.
It is tough to back up often if you're not used to it. To not run that fast and then have to do it again. Often if they were at their state championships, they wouldn't have to push themselves that quickly. But if we can see a final with everyone under 50 seconds, I'd be very impressed.
It's going to be interesting to see the tactics from both Holder and Atkinson. What will the wind down the back straight do? Obviously, Holder, the stronger of the two athletes.
Yeah, it maybe plays a bit into Atkinson's hands, with a bit tougher to go out so quickly, but I'm looking forward to watching it.
So off and away in this under-18 men's 400-metre final from the inside. Clark, Chug, Nikita Jr., Atkinson, Holder, Holmes and Searles. And Holder He has done what we thought he might do, and he's gone hard for the first 200 metres. You can see him storming down the back straight. We'll look to see where Atkinson is. He's still behind a little bit. You'd probably say Holder's doubled the stagger at the moment. Atkinson's got some work to do. Holder has gone hard for the first 250, and he's gone around the bend into the straight, but here comes Atkinson. He's starting to wind it up now, but Holder's looking good. He's looking strong. He's going to enter the straight a good few metres in front of Atkinson. Atkinson has work to do. Holder's still holding. He's there. He's holding his form. He's looking good, and he's going to take the win here. What a brilliant victory from Reece Holder. Watch the clock. Oh, 47-23. Good running from Reece Holder. Atkinson, he'll settle for the silver medal. I tell you what a run by Holder. He set it up in the first 200 of that race, and then from there he didn't really look back. Atkinson had so much work to do coming into the straight, and it was a bit too much in the end. And the big strong lad from Queensland is going home, your national champion. Wow.
I want to see that official time, because his PB is 47.22. And the way that's been dropping down lately, he could be dipping under that. It's a shame, though, because that would have been a World Junior qualifier in the IAAF standards and the old standards, 47.35. Unfortunately, now it's 46.9. But you look at Holder, just strong. They say the perfect 400 is when you run out of gas on the finish line. And I think he was almost there. He almost there. So what a run. Atkinson probably just... Well, I thought maybe it was going to play into his hands, but like we discussed yesterday, 2 different ways to run it. And Priest just threw the gauntlet down and said, catch me if you can.
Yeah, I think the speed in the first 200 was probably a little bit much for Atkinson at the moment. Holder just a little too strong and fast through that section of the race. I think that's where it was sort of set up and won. From there, he just had to hold on.
I can definitely see a 46.90 in the future for Holder. I'd say give it only a few weeks, and we'll be seeing some sub 47 runs from a few of those athletes, I think. So this is the under 16 girls lining up. So, line up for this race, lane 2, Queensland, Lily Hanson. In 3 from Victoria, Kiara Flavel. 4 from New South Wales, the 200 metre champion, Olivia Inkster. In 5 from WA, Annie Pfeiffer. 6, the fastest qualifier from New South Wales, Montana Monk. 7 from New South Wales, Alicia Bennett. 8 from Victoria, Charlie Power. And 9 from Victoria, Mia Skerry.
Lane 6 for New South Wales, Montana Monk. Lane 7 for New South Wales, Alicia Bennett. Lane 8 for Victoria, Charlie Power. And lane 9 from Victoria, Mia Skerry. Line under 16 girls quarter final.
So it's Hanson, Flavel, Inkster, Pfeiffer, Monk, Bennett, Power and Skerry. in this under 16 girls 400 metre final. Inkster going off quickly. She's the 200 metre champion. On the outside, that's Scary and Power with Alicia Bennett's up onto the shoulder of Power. Here comes Monk, though, in the centre. Inkster looking good, and watch for Lily Hansen. She loves going out hard in these 400 metres as they work into that strong headwind down the back straight. That's Montana Monk. She's up on the shoulder of Bennett's. On the outside, Scary still looking good. And we'll see the athletes on the inside as they come around this bend. Hansen, she's made some big moves in lane 2. We saw her do this in the heat, but they enter the home straight. It's going to be Monk. She's going to lead this field through the first 300 metres. Hansen sitting there in second place. On the outsides, Charlie Power. But it's Monk. Can she hold on to this position? Bennett's coming, and here comes Annie Pfeiffer from WA. She's moving up. The flags are blowing over. It's that windy, but it's Monk taking the win there from Bennett's and Pfeiffer, 56-18. And you can see the kind of wind they have to face down the back straight as the teardrop flags get blown over the last 50 metres. That is windy out there. And there's Monk and Bennett's side by side, but Montana Monk too strong. The teardrop flags used to get blown over in the background. So it goes Monk, Bennett's, and then the West Australian, Annie Pfeiffer. And we've got Na Anang with Reese Holder and Joshua Atkinson, the gold and silver medalists from the men's under 18 400 metres.
Thanks, guys. I'm here trackside with Josh and Reese, two of the place getters in that 400 metres race. Boys, there was a lot of anticipation coming into this competition. How did that affect you?
I feel like it definitely boosted the performance having another really good athlete come up against me. I mean, stuff like this doesn't happen too often since we're in different age groups. So yeah, it was definitely a good run by both of us, I feel.
Yeah, Reese basically summed up a lot of that. I just knew it was going to be a tough race. Obviously the weather, it's a nice sunny day, it's a bit windy. Didn't go exactly as planned, as in expecting it, because it was like a massive wind block that happened over there, but I did my best so in the moment. So.
Yeah, so speaking of the wind, how was that coming down the back straight?
Definitely really windy. It's pushing us back a lot. Yeah,
as soon as I hit the first 100, the wind went, and then the next 200, it was like a massive shield just pushing against you, which I wasn't prepared for, and I haven't exactly trained for that, but nothing I can do. I did the best I could do, so congrats to Reese, obviously.
Yeah, and you guys did an amazing job with that. So now that the competition's over, do you guys think that a friendship could blossom from this?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, of course. You can't have enemies in running. It's sportsmanship. It's all about sportsmanship.
And are you guys in the relay later?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I am.
Well, all the best for the relay. Congratulations for your two performances so far, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the future. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Na, Reese, and Joshua. Now, let's hope that friendship does blossom into a beautiful flower. Maybe in 10 years, they'll be hosting the live stream. Just like us.
Just like us. We did, what, it was
2003 All Schools was
16 years ago?
Yep. So in 16 years, the 2035 Australian All Schools Championships, Reese and Josh will be here. And then they'll be seeing some friendships blossom on the track.
Exactly. But Josh did make an interesting comment there. He said when he came onto the back straight, obviously hit the wind, and it's something that he hasn't trained for, he hasn't prepared for. And that's an interesting point there, is a lot of athletes these days, when they're out at training, so you've got 200s to do, say. You get there, you look at the wind, you're like, so we're going with the tailwind, or what?
I can find a tailwind anywhere.
Everyone wants to run with a tailwind.
Of course.
There's not many people who actually go out there and do the session into the headwind, which for a 400 runner, it's so important to always do some training into the headwinds. It's one of those things where no matter where you are, what track you're at, a 400 runner is always going to come up against a headwind. So it should be half your training. You should always be choosing to run reps into headwinds to ensure that you're always practicing and you're prepared for things like that. You can't always run with the tailwinds.
Yeah, and then there's just some tracks where if you're trying to do it properly, start from the right marks and work your way onto the back straight. There are tracks that are just so consistent with the wind, it's always going to be down the back. So there's just, sometimes you don't even think about it. You're not actually even chasing the tailwind, it's just all you have. So it's just going to be more racing. And I think Josh is going to take a lot out of that. Obviously, it seemed disappointed, but it's a race. Happens.
It does.
Still awaiting some results on that one. One of our result systems has Reese's time at 47.15, which is not too bad at all. I mean, Atkinson 40. Well, I think we've all got them under 50 seconds as well. One of the Max Holmes, Victorian Max Holmes, looks like 49.09.
So the action continues from the shot put circle. The South Australian Evans. Seat of 1280. And that he will conclude that round's attempt. As we go back to the track, it's time for the under 16 men's 400 metres. In 2 it will be James Swayo from the Northern Territory, 3 Dylan Devine from Queensland, 4 Gus Simpfendorfer from Victoria, 5 Carter Blades from Queensland, 6 Jack Bolton, the 1-2 champ. 7 will be Callum Weatherall-Stacey from Queensland, 8 Charlie Jefferson from New South Wales, and Daniel Quintana from New South Wales out there in lane 9. So 2 athletes in Weatherall-Stacey and also Blades went sub 50. Bolton still had plenty in reserve. So from the inside, Swayo, Devine, Simpfendorfer, Blades, Bolton, Weatherall-Stacey, Jefferson, and Katana. As you'd say, 100-200 champ, charging down the back straight. He's the quickest of the field, and he's showing that right now. He's up to the shoulder of Weatherall-Stacey. They've gone past the stagger of Jefferson and Katana now. Bolton, he's looking strong. Weatherall-Stacey's trying to push him now. Weatherall-Stacey did go sub 50. But what did Bolton leave left? How much has he used? Taking out the title of the 100 earlier today. As they come into the straight, he's got a good lead. Simpfendorfer, his teammates, trying to come after him, but Bolton's still holding. Simpfendorfer's there, but Bolton is going to take a famous victory and the treble. What a run by Jack Bolton. 48-1-2. Huge time there from Jack Bolton.
Now, hang on a second. We need to see that official time as soon as possible. National record under 16s, 48.12 by Paul Green in 1988.
Well, based on the rounding that's been happening today, that could go down. We could have seen a national record here, and one record that we...
48.04, a brand new national record for Jack Bolton. He needs to get in front of that. 48.51 for second place. They weren't worried about the conditions.
Not at all.
Wow.
Huge run there by Jack Bolton as we watch the replay. He really set it up through the first 200 and just carried that into the final straight and dug deep, held his form, and he's come down 48.04.
Nearly went sub.
For an under 16 athlete, and we're going to go straight down trackside where Nah is with Jack Bolton.
Yes, guys, I'm here with Jack. A new national record. That's incredible. How does that feel?
It felt good. Last weekend I was 0.18 off it, so it's good to get it.
So you came here with a clear vision of this is the time I need to run?
Yeah, I knew it was a quick time, so I had to run quicker.
Well, that's true, you did, and you did do it. And did the wind challenge you at all in that back straight?
It did. It was really hard to run through it, but luckily did.
So now, where to next? Now that you've got that national record, what are some goals you have?
I want to break 48. I want to get under that for the 4.
Well, you're right there, and we'll be cheering you on. Congratulations, Jack.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Now, he's done the weird double there. He won the 1. Well, he's done the double in the day. Won the 1, won the 4. Unfortunately, he didn't win the 2. He's beaten by Ash Wong on Friday night. But what a day for Jack Bolton. I like that he said, I want to go sub 48. Of course you want to go sub 48, and that's next. Will he have another race before the 31st of December? That's the real question, because as soon as it hits January 1, he can't rejig that record anymore.
No, he can't. And there's a good chance he may have a race, or he may have a bit of a break before the Chrissy. But tell you what, I must be tired. I credited him with that 200-metre win, which obviously didn't. Ash Wong took out that 200-metre title.
Too strong Wong.
Just sort of got caught up in the moment, and I'm a Bolton fan. Just wanted to give him titles everywhere.
That was super impressive. And just obviously seen the time before, Gus Simpfendorfer, can't discount it, 48.51 for second place. I think that would have won a hell of a lot more championships over the years. And I think Carter Blades would have got up for what looked like the bronze medal. He may have dipped under that 49, and he's the younger aged athlete as well. But the wind didn't seem to worry Bolton. And what are your thoughts on would he have run faster potentially if he didn't do the 100? It's hard to sort of guess these things. It's doing the 100 is very fatiguing for your ATP system, so he might have lost that bit of zip, but it was his endurance that probably got him there.
Yeah, a lot of time you can sort of get through a 400 after feeling the fatigue in that energy system. It only sort of really helps you through the first 50 metres of the race anyway. After that, it is a different energy system that's used. Switch to endurance mode.
So I've got Simpfendorfer 48.51, Carter Blades in third 49.35. A great run from James Swayo, 49.69 from the Northern Territory. First year stepping up as well. He's one of the younger athletes. 49.91 for Callum Weatherall-Stacey. So that's great running. Could Jack Bolton have put himself in a spot for a 4x4 at World Under-20 Champs? He is 16 next year. Back when we had our World Junior year, that 48.04 was the qualifier.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely changed a lot since then.
Hugely.
46.9.
Well, there's a lot of athletes that probably wouldn't have gone to juniors if it was 46.9.
The entire race. Yourself?
Yep.
Sean Rowe? Joel Milburn? All Olympians in that event. Wouldn't have made World Juniors this year. So under 14 girls is the next 400. From the inside, it's Jenna King of WA Marissa Hanlon and Danica Murray of Queensland, Chelsea Ezioki and Demita Beetham of New South Wales, Ruby Williams of WA, Sienna Farrell of Victoria, and Anche Kemp of Victoria. So fairly even as they get away in the first 100 metres. Beetham probably getting the best of the starts. Ezioki trying to chase her down, and Danica Murray on her inside as they get down the back straight. Beetham's up on the shoulder of Ruby Williams, but there's Ezioki. These two going stride for stride down the back straight. Ezioki probably having the best of the runs into that headwind. We've seen Beetham in all 3 sprints. Sorry, Siri, not right now. Chelsea Ezioki, 150 metres to go in this under 14 400 metres. Here comes Danica Murray on the inside. She's moved up into the bronze medal position. Marissa Hanlon trying to close that gap, but it's Ezioki. She won this race last year as a 12-year-old and set the meet record. Beetham holding on. Hanlon and Murray fighting out for bronze medal, but Ezioki, this is a big, fast run. What time is she going to clock? 56. Whew. That's fast. Beetham just holding on. 56.43 for Chelsea Ezioki. And they are feeling it. Hanlon did enough to get that bronze medal from fellow Queenslander. But Ezioki just too strong for the rest of the field here. She doesn't improve on her own meet record though. She set 55.88 last year. But she's taken the win here in the under 14 girls 400 metres.
And Hanlon gets it 57.90. So Ezioki the gold, Bedford the silver, Hanlon the bronze in the girls under 14 400 metres final.
Medal presentation and victory ceremony for the under 18 girls 400 metres. Medals to be presented by Belinda Gaspar, 3-time Olympian. In third place, the winner of the bronze medal, number 56.18 seconds from Victoria, Jade Mohammed.
So looks like Nat has got one of the teachers from the Raffles Institute, Singapore, to have a bit of a chat to.
So I'm here in the Athletes Village with one of the teachers, Vincent, from Raffles Institution of Singapore. Welcome to Perth. How are you enjoying it?
Yes, enjoying myself very much. Yeah, yeah, it's been a wonderful stay so far. Yeah.
Awesome. And how has the competition been for you so far?
Okay, I think it's been excellent opportunity for my students. The spirit atmosphere is just fantastic. Yes, I think it has been a great learning experience for my boys and girls. Yeah.
And what does it mean to them to be able to compete here?
Okay, I think to compete with the to people of the same age but at a higher level, I think that's something that we are here for, to learn and of course to improve for ourselves as well. Yes.
Yeah. And where have you been able to travel in Perth?
We have been to some fun part, Lanslyn for sandboarding, and of course the other interesting areas in Perth itself. Yeah.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much for coming over, and big thanks to Tourism WA for partnering with us in this competition and giving the Raffles Institution an opportunity to come over and experience this beautiful country. And we look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Nat. It was a nice little insight to our visiting team from Singapore. It's good to see them out here providing some competition for Australian athletes, give them a chance to compete against some internationals, which obviously doesn't happen too often for athletes of this age. As we flash back to the shot put for the under-16s. Deeb from Queensland. Spin.
Oh, I think did he keep that in?
Only just.
We'll see Darcy Miller next up into the circle. Will be one of the favourites, 17-metre thrower. Here he is, Darcy Miller. Comes in with a 17.25.
Second place winner of the silver medal in time, 47.98 from New South Wales, Joshua Atkinson.
Oh, good amount of speed on the spin there. We can see why he's one of the favourites.
Gold medalist, national champion. National all-school champion, I should say. In the time 47.16 from Queensland, Reece Holder.
And it's now Marchesi Scott's turn. West Australian, he's gone over 16. Good spin, good speed. But probably not as far as Miller on the previous. I think he knows it. So back to the track for the final 400 here, where we'll see the under 14 men go around the track. 1 lap, quarter mile. Thomas Cross from West Australia in 2, Luke Simpson, South Australia in 3, Liam Gordon, New South Wales in 4, Joshua Sullivan, Victoria in 5, Saxon Blair, Queensland in 6, James Cozier from New South Wales in 7, Joshua McCout from Victoria in 8, and Dylan Outram from the ACT in 9. So underway, and from the inside it's Cross, Simpson, Gordon, Sullivan, Blair, Cozier, McCout and Outram. And it's the big Queenslander in Blair, charging through the first 150. He's gone past the stag of Cozier, McCout and Outram. He's running on very strongly, and back to the Victorian in Gordon and Sullivan. Running on very nicely, but it's still the Queenslander in the lead in Blair. Here comes Gordon from New South Wales. Sullivan from the Victorian, he's also there as well, but they're all after the Queenslander in Blair. Blair's going to round the bend into the straight in the lead, and he's going to leave with the others with some work to do. Gordon's trying to come at him now, as is Sullivan. Sullivan starts to make his way through the field. He's up to the shoulder of Blair, and he goes past Blair, and he's going to come away with a great victory here. Very nice time from Joshua Sullivan. 53.56, and he's pretty pumped about it. So quicker than what they went in the heats. Blair really sort of set it up nicely in the early stages, but Sullivan all too strong as he comes down the straight. You can see Blair just starts to tighten up a little bit, and Sullivan moves straight through, nice and relaxed. Beautiful rhythm. And he's going to go home with a national title.
Well, not just that. A very interesting double. I'm seeing if he's done a triple this championship. He actually has. He won the triple jump and the long jump.
And now the 400.
Oh, yeah. That's what you do. That's the real triathlon. Just talented all round. Wow. The old triple 400 and long jump.
free bananas and apples for everybody here at the top of the stairs in the aisles in the main grandstands. Thanks to Athletics Australia Community Partner, Coles Supermarkets, that help here have your apples. Thanks to Coles.
So the Victorian there. Giddings, which means it's Miller's turn to step into the shot put circle.
Looked like it just rolled off the back of the fingers there, I think. Another big program for Thomas Cross, who was in that 400 metres. He did the 8 and the 15 as well. So he's lined up, did the 8 on Friday, won that, did the 4 hit yesterday, and today he's done the 15 and the 4 final. Ouch. Slove's running.
That's what can happen at that young age sometimes. So there's Stevens from New South Wales.
The medal presentation and victory ceremony for event 161, the boys under 16 400-metre final.
So Kenny, what can Kenny do here in this round of the shot put? West Australian. Yeah, it's a good effort. He's thrown 13.09 before.
First place, winner of the gold medal and all skills champion for 2019. It's on 48.04, a new national record from Victoria, Jack Bolton.
There's Ethan Samuelson getting his put out there. Of Lincoln Thornton next. Then Oscar Greville and Aloysius Lowe. There's Lowe. Chalk the neck up. So here's Lincoln Thornton. Oh, plenty of height on it. Maybe just a little bit too much. Here's Oscar Greville. He's a 15-13 thrower. He's only used top pins on his number. So I'm surprised the officials have let him get through with that. Yeah, I think if anyone could lend Oscar a few extra pins. I'm actually surprised he got out of call room with only 2 pins on his bib.
Maybe came from another event.
What, when you only have 2 pins on the top of your bib and it's flapping around?
Maybe lost the other 2.
It's like a jack in the box.
Maybe they ran out of pins in the call room.
They never do. You could look on the ground for about 2 seconds and find 20 pins
Yeah.
at any athletics track. So Casa Shield.
So another medal presentation. This for event 162. The girls under 14, 400 is fine. Again, you're looking down to your
And now Caleb Kirkpatrick. Just had Aloysius Lowe in a circle.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, it's on the 57.78 from New South Wales, the meter member. First place, winner of the gold medal at the All Schools Champion, the 20.
Here goes Shield.
56.35 from New South Wales, Chelsea Ezeraki.
She grabbed a silver in the discus. She's out there in the jav.
She's one of the biggest throwers in the field too. Only a few have gone further. So she may be able to come out and jag herself a medal in this one as well. As we see Levy now.
And that's Owen Rice on the left-hand side.
Levy just getting the nose of the jav up, probably a little too high.
So I'm here with two New South Wales track and field athletes.
So still going in these two comps.
It looks like Deeb on the left and a throw from Kate Hawkins. So Deeb getting a big one out there.
3.80 from New South Wales, Liam Gordon. Second place, winner of the silver medal at the top of 53.71 from Queensland, Saxon Blair. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, All Schools Champion for 2019 at the top.
Big throw there from Darcy Miller. He's the favourite on the left. And West Australian Tiana Pavlovic getting a good throw out there. Tips the nose down. Could be up near the 40-metre mark. Sophie Wilkins next up, getting her throw out. This looks like Hadi El Shabagi. He's coming in with the 16.95. I'm sure he'd want to grab that 17-metre mark. He's implementing the spin. Not a bad effort.
He's put it out there. As we see McPherson on the runway for New South Wales, who has gone over the 35 metre mark. It was close, but just got that one in. And it looks like it would be around the 30 metre effort. So she definitely can improve on that.
The bronze medalist, the jump of 13.01 metres from South Australia, Jack Crosser. In second place, winner of the silver medal with the jump of 13.38 from Queensland, James Sutcliffe. And first place winner of the gold medal and the 2019 All Schools champion with a jump of 13.96 from New South Wales, Kenny Gatt.
Here's Leon Grundling. That's a good one from him. Miles Gray next into the circle with Tyler Skeggs, and then William Evans to round out those areas.
So time for the first of the Swedish relays, the last event on the track for this 2019 All Schools Championship. It's the girls under 18,000 metre sprint medley relay. So in lane 2, it's Western Australia. In lane 3, South Australia.
Here's Skeggs.
Tasmania. In lane 5, New South Wales. In lane 6, Queensland. In lane 7, Northern Territory. In lane 8, Victoria. And in lane 9, Australian Capital Territory.
So we've got our full field here for the Swedish relay. It'll be a 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1, 3, 2, 4. And they'll make a change at the 300 metre runner. So I'll start off the 200 metre start line. So from the inside, it's Western Australia, South Australia, Tasmania, New South Wales, Queensland, Northern Territory, Victoria and ACT. Oh, very wobbly changes as they get into those cones. You can't cut in, so our 300 metre runners, a lot of these athletes just ran a 4, so they're probably going to have some cooked legs underneath them. New South Wales going with, it looks like Emma O'Reilly, Eliana Mitchell down the back straight, so they'll pass to a 200 metre runner. It used to be a 200 here, but it was a very dangerous change on a bend like that. So Eliana Mitchell from Queensland in this under-18 Swedish medley. She'll pass off to Olivia Reynolds. So it's going to be Queensland out in front with Reynolds. Tegan Berry from New South Wales. And Victoria, they're employing Mietta Russell. So it's a 200 metres. They come into the home straight to the 400 metre leg. Victoria has Gigi Maccaginini, New South Wales. They have Caitlin Ferrier, the winner, and Queensland Bet Clausen. So you would have to think, depending on the legs of Ferrier, she should get up for this one. But we'll wait and see what the other athletes have. So that's Ferrier just on the outside. Bet Clausen there from Queensland sitting in second place, and Gigi Maccaginini in third at the moment. These three fighting it out. Ferrier hasn't got too far in front though. Clausen still has the inside rail. Maccaginini coming around the outside with 200 metres left to go. But Ferrier, she's too strong at the moment. 150 metres left, and she's pulling away from the field in this 1,000 Swedish medley. Good support there from the shot putters, and it's going to be Ferrier leading the way here into the home straight. Bet Clausen of Queensland, and she hold on for a silver for the Queenslanders. And Victoria's Gigi Maccaginini will finish in third place, but Ferrier too strong, and she'll cross the line there. A great run, 2:11.38 for the 1,000 metres. The Swedish medley. You can see the carnage down the home straight. All the core flute signage, and they've actually taken down all the teardrops because they were getting blown over too much from the tailwind down that home straight. So it's tough going out there.
Certainly is, and it's an impressive effort from Caitlin Ferrier to back up from her 400-metre event, which wasn't that long ago.
No, not at all.
So 2 4s in such a short space of time really is an impressive feat. And to do both so impressively, it really is a testament to the class of Caitlin Ferrier. And her teammates will be ecstatic. They'll come away with a gold medal.
So while the athletes get prepared for this next race, Na Anang had a chance to catch up with Luke Small and Dylan Mendonça.
Two New South Wales track and field athletes, Luke and Dylan. So good to have you guys here. Can you tell us a bit about how the championships has been for you?
It's been really good for me. I've already done quite well. First in the 800, second in the 200, and now we're just waiting for the 100 results.
It's been really an enjoyable moment. I really enjoyed all the experiences, and for me, I'm still waiting for the 100-meter results, and I got gold for 200 and gold for shot put.
That's incredible, guys. And you guys compete against each other a lot. What does it mean to have both of you in the athletics world?
It means that there's more of us to compete against. It's a harder challenge for both of us, and just a really good time.
Yeah. Yes, it's a very good time together, and it helps us push forward and always strive for our goals and our athletic sportsmanship.
Awesome, guys. And outside of athletics, what are some hobbies?
I study World War II, the battles and events that happened in it.
For me, I would like to do drawing in my spare time. I've been really practicing, and I've been doing it for quite a while.
Well, amazing, guys. So proud of you and all your achievements over this weekend, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, they've been absolutely killing it this weekend, both Luke and Dylan. A couple of national records under the belt, a couple of medals as well. They've had quite a successful few days here in Perth. And hopefully if, any parents that travelled over to WA, hopefully they're sticking around for a nice little holiday. School's broken up already. Spend a couple of extra days out west and just enjoy it. Yeah.
There's plenty to enjoy out west.
So I've heard.
I tell you what, the list goes on. We could probably do a whole stream on all the amazing things that Perth and the rest of Western Australia has to offer.
When you say we, I probably wouldn't be saying a lot.
You don't have to. I can take up most of that time, don't you worry.
I think we'd be okay.
So probably a little too much height there from Raksawa, and she looked like she may have just stepped over the line there. And the beauty of WA, if you do decide to stay on, is that weather. So if you look through the next day, it's 29, 33, 37, 38, 39, 38, 35, 33, 31. Magnificent.
Let's go now. Let's go after.
Done. See you later.
Packing it up.
We'll see you live from Perth for the next couple of relays.
Yeah, we'll just go now. That's fine.
So, Jade Patching from Western Australia. She has gone over the 40 metres, and watch as she got here. That's out there. High tens from...
That's serious.
Friends, yeah, means you must be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, serious business. As Jessica Bray of Tasmania, she's on the runway. Has Shield next up.
So the next event onto the track will be the men's 1,000 metre sprint medley from the...
It's going to be musical.
medley.
I'm actually looking forward to, I see here.
Been a long 3 days.
Sam Clifford's going to run a 400 for Tasmania.
Wow.
The Anchor League.
See how that goes. So in 2 is New South Wales, 3 the ACT, 4 Western Australia, 5 Victoria, 6 Tasmania, 7 the RIS, 8 South Australia and 9 Queensland. So underway in this one. Watch for New South Wales and also Queensland on the outside. It's fairly even between Queensland, South Australia, WA and New South Wales as 300 metre runners cut into the inside lane. It's the West Australians who've taken up the lead position, and that's Tyson Gent.
Some aggressive
around
cutting
the
in.
outside. We see the Queenslander charging down the back, and that's William Searles. He's had a brilliant run. New South Wales athlete is trying to come after him in Max Holmes, but what a run by the Queensland. He's really put them into great position, and he's got a nice little lead. The Victorians flashing home late. Jack Clark, as we see, the 200 runners, off they go. So for the Queenslanders, we've got Tyson Bonney, Leroy Reid there for the New South Wales team, and also Lucas Wright for the Victorians as they come into the straight. Big Leroy Reid goes around the outside of the Victorians. He's chasing after the Queenslander. It'll be close. They're going to hand over to the 400 metre runners. So Queensland and New South Wales, off they go, hand in hand. So Royce Ramsey for the Queenslanders and Atkinson for New South Wales. It's going to be a tough ask for Ramsey to try and stay with Atkinson, but Atkinson has just run that 400. What has he got left? What can Ramsey throw at him as they go down the back straight? Ramsey's still there. He's sitting in nicely. The Victorians still looming in Max Holmes, but at the moment it's Atkinson. He's out in front. His 800 metre endurance is really paying off now. The first 400 hasn't hurted him too much as he comes into the straight in the lead, and he's pulling away from Queensland and Victoria. He's going to come down for a great victory for New South Wales, and he's doing it in fine fashion.
Wow,
1:55.31 from the New South Wales team. He really went after it. Ramsey and Holmes trying to chase him down, but in the end, Atkinson way too strong for the New South Wales team. And that's another medal, a gold one at that, around the necks of the New South Wales teams in this medley relays.
Yeah, 2 from 2 so far for New South Wales. Good composure there from Atkinson. Got himself out the front. This looks like Aloysius Lowe from RAS. Using the glide technique. A big put. Darcy Miller now into the circle. They've been in the 4th round here. He's in the spin. Oh, did he stay in the circle? I think if you're going to measure, he's coming out to check it. Nah, no good. Didn't like that last one. Wasn't enough to improve. This is the final throw of the comp. Massive put there.
Charlotte from New South Wales. Huge throw. And
oh, he's bumped. That's what I want to see. Don't know how far it was, but he enjoyed it, so I'll enjoy it as well.
As we see Richards from Western Australia.
Yeah, Mika Richards.
Out there. Seems like
just a flat.
Some of these athletes are having a bit of trouble with these conditions at the moment. A lot of the javelins are sort of just going straight up into the air. So the wind playing some havoc out there on the runway.
You can see the flags from the official there. This is Lily Mae Borkwill. She'll get that one stuck in. So next will be Sophie Hillier. She's just waiting for the runway to open. Democratic in there, and then it'll be Angelina Tignani.
So Craddock's gone only 35 previously. Got some height. That's out there. So that'll be close to that 34-metre range, which she's come into the competition with.
But it's now our under 16 girls' turn for this 1,000-metre sprint medley. 2 will be South Australia, 3 Queensland, 4 the ACT, 5 Western Australia, 6 Tasmania, 7 New South Wales, and 8 Victoria.
I'm looking forward to this one, seeing Van der Linden go around on the 200.
Yeah. She's on the 400 on my start list.
Okay.
That might have just been a different order. They had the Tasmanian one had Clifford first. I don't think he was doing the 1.
So, still be interesting to see her around the 4 anyway.
Well, she's got the pedigree, yeah. Probably would have called that back, but never mind. Halal Dermaz. I'm not sure what even happened there. But Dermaz, the 100-metre champion, she passes it off to Lily Hansen from Queensland. Hayley Wright running the 300. Hansen normally goes out pretty hard in those 4s, so if she can get just on the inside of the New South Wales athlete, and she did hold her position, that is real international 4x4 running. Hold your position, stay wide, maybe drop an elbow out if you need to, just gently, not too much, and try and hold that. So Lily Hansen, she's got the lead from Hayley Wright. Hayley Wright's going to pass it to the 200-metre champion, Olivia Inkster, and Hansen's going to pass it to the 200-metre silver medalist, Monique Hanlon. So they're going to go head-to-head here. Hanlon out in front, Inkster just behind her. Caroline Williams is going to close it for Queensland, with Montana Monk, the 400-metre champion, closing it for New South Wales. So it's going to be a good battle down this home straight. Inkster did run that 200 metres, sorry, the 400 metres, so Hanlon's coming in with fresh legs. Inkster, though, she doesn't mind closing hard here. Queensland's going to need this lead as they come into the last change. We'll see what Montana Monk can do. And there's Kayla van der Linden. She's in the picture. What kind of 400-metre speed does she have? So Caroline Williams for Queensland. Montana Monk fresh off the win in the under-16 400. She might have some heavy legs. We'll see how they affect her towards the end. And van der Linden off her 1500. She looks like she's zinced up as well for the occasion. The team zinc, and she's catching the 400-metre champion here. With 200 metres left to go, Caroline Williams still out in front. Did Montana Monk leave anything in the tank? She is making some moves. Van der Linden's not going away just yet. So they come into the 100 metres home straight. Monk moves out wide. Caroline Williams still holding on. The knife hands are out with Van der Linden. She's moved up from third. She's trying to hunt down Williams, but Monk, she's too strong here. She's going to take the win. Van der Linden cruises past for the silver, and Queensland's going to finish with the bronze for Caroline Williams. Great running there from all the athletes involved.
Wow, what a last 400 metres. You're always going to wonder what Monk had left after going around the 400 earlier, and obviously still saved a little bit in the tank for the relay to make sure she's good for the team event.
Was very steady with the way she approached that 4x4.
Didn't rush into the first half of her leg too much, which shows some real smarts there. But van der Linden, what a run from behind to come through and take that silver medal away from Queensland. Tell you what, van der Linden has earned a
She's earned a well-earned rest?
Well-earned rest.
She has.
So South Australian gets another one out there. Rakiwasa.
So that should round out the three rounds of competition.
So it looks like that's the end of the third round here in the under-16 women's javelin, and the officials now going through the results to determine who the top 8 athletes will be, who will get that 4th and final throw in this competition. And they'll throw in reverse order. Obviously, whoever is currently leading the competition will now throw last. They get a chance to respond if anyone happens to throw further than them, which I love. I love that part of the competition.
Yep. You get the right to close out the comp.
Do you know what I also enjoyed? If anyone was watching the Continental Cup over in Ostrava with the field events, you had, after the first 3 throws, you had them ranked and seated, and then the top from each continent got to go through to the 4th round, sorry. And then from there, it was an elimination. So pretty much scores were back to 0 again. And then one was eliminated each throw until there was 2 left.
So yeah, for fourth round, you had 4 throwers. Last in that one, didn't progress to the 5th, and then it reset again.
Yep.
Last in that one, didn't progress to the last round, and then it was 1-on-1.
Yeah, I loved it.
And there was situations where if you were throwing first, say in the shot put or something, and you fouled, all you needed to do was just literally drop it on the ground.
Yeah.
And you could have taken it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
I really enjoyed the format. Obviously, you're not going to employ that at big majors.
No.
Although, look, I'm all for changing things and being a little creative. To be honest, I actually did think the format was pretty good.
It was good for the crowd to follow. It made it exciting.
Made it so exciting because you just didn't know. You could end up throwing the furthest in the competition at any one point and still not win.
Yeah.
Just because on that last and final throw, if you didn't throw further than the other person, you didn't win.
Yeah. I found it very exciting. Elimination steeples. Elimination 3Ks.
Yep.
Get quite chaotic.
So we're just going to hear a quick word from some of our sponsors and partners.
At Coles, we're proud to be a major partner of Athletics Australia and Little Athletics Australia. To celebrate the partnership, we're donating millions of bananas to Aussie athletes and providing equipment grants to Little Athletics centres across the country. They're just some of the ways that we're helping support Australian athletes run, jump, throw and grow this season. Good things are happening at Coles.
And we're back at the West Australian Athletics Centre, and there is only one more event left on the track, and that is the men's 1,000 metre sprint medley for the under-16s. And there's your lineups there. Got a few to watch in this one. As we see some of our previous medalists in other events back out there.
Oh, what a stitch up. Queensland getting lane 9 again.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to seeing Wetherell Stacey come home. They've got Carter Blades in that team as well. That's a good team. Caleb Clark, Carter Blades, Tyler Lilly, and Callum Wetherell Stacey.
Missing Ash Wong, 200 metre champ. So you've got the medalist, silver in the 100, bronze in the 4, finalist in the 2, and 5th in the 4.
We could see Western Australia make some noise with Waters, Doolan, Lightbourne and Staples.
Oh, yes.
And you obviously all can never count out New South Wales with Gisso, Katana, Szymanski and Jefferson.
My favourite thing about this is, it looks like we're no one in lane 4 there, so no Tasmania, is watching the athletes approach the 300. It's a distance that not a lot of them do often. And we saw William Sells went out super hard, paid for it towards the end. But if you go too slow too soon at the start, you're going to get gapped.
Yeah.
It's a hard race to do. If you don't run 300s often, you can approach it like a 2 athlete, you can approach it like a 4 athlete. It's hard to approach it as a 3 athlete.
It was an interesting one, and everyone tacks it differently, but one of the ways that some people do run it is that first 50 of the 3 is all out.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Then the second 50 becomes the back straight of a 400. And then once you hit the bend, it's just final 200 of a 4.
Yeah. I like to approach it as a flat out 200 with then an extra 100 at the end.
Well, you ran every 400 like that too.
Yes, so as you can see. And then A 400 is like a 200 with an extra 200 at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they hurt.
No, it's not even that for you.
It's a 50.
It was a 200 with an extra 100, and then you realise you've got
wait.
another 100.
There's another 100?
Yeah. Yeah, 2 extra 100s.
Yeah, I always miss that last 100.
Yeah, you never considered a full 2
No.
as that second one.
No.
It was 100 and then another 100.
Well, they were very different.
So the other one of it all coming through from Na, it's 100 with an extra 300 as a 4. Or for her, with a 3, 100 plus another 100 plus another 100.
Well, I was thinking maybe it's like a 38 metres. With an extra 362.
So away from the inside, it's Victoria, RIS, New South Wales, Western Australia, ACT, South Australia, and Queensland. And it's Gisso for New South Wales has probably had him in the lead, along with the West Australians there from Waters as they hit into the 300 metres. The Victorians on the inside, Braithwaite's there. He's looking nice and strong. New South Wales has Quintana. WA has Doolan with the Queenslanders in Blades storming around the bend. But at the moment it's the Victorians. Quintana starts to move up to the shoulder and he's going to go straight past him. So a brilliant run from New South Wales, Quintana. The Victorians going to try and have to hold on here. Blades is still trying to chase them down. But at the moment it's New South Wales sitting in the box seat in this one as they hand off to the 200 metre runners. As they go around, New South Wales will have Szymanski, the Victorians will have Beck, and then here comes the Queenslanders in Lilly. He's storming around the bend. He goes past the Victorians. He's trying to make his way up to the New South Wales team. Szymanski's still holding, but Lilly's trying to come at him. This is going to come down to the final 400 metres. It's going to be Wetherill Stacey versus Jefferson. Who's going to take this? Fairly controlled effort from Wetherill Stacey. He's running around in lane 2. Hope someone tells him to move into lane 1 because he's costing himself metres. As they go down the back straight, it's still New South Wales in Jefferson. He's looking nice and strong, but watch for Wetherill Stacey to come home late. The WA team, they have Staples on the last, and he's a strong 400 metre runner, but it's still New South Wales out in front. Queensland's looming. Wetherill Stacey starts to kick now. Jefferson's going to have to get a wriggle on because Wetherill Stacey's coming at him as they come around into the straight. It's New South Wales and Queensland. Jefferson versus Wetherill Stacey. Wetherill Stacey's trying to come at him. Jefferson is holding Wetherill Stacey, but this is going to be Jefferson and New South Wales. They'll hold on for a great victory, 158.65. What a run. What a last 400 metres. Wetherill Stacey, you've got to look at it and go, if you hadn't spent the first bend in lane 2, you may have just got there. And unfortunately, that's the nature of racing. You know, you've got to take the opportunities when you can. And Jefferson for New South Wales has held on. And they have had a great run of these medley relays, has New South Wales. And Queensland just missing out on that win there. Whew.
He did just run a 400.
He did, but you know how far it is from one stagger to the next in a 200 around that bend.
That's right.
And how much did he
He was
lose
out
by?
there. He was out there.
But he came storming home. A great last 200 from Wetherill Stacey. I tell you what, Jefferson knew he was looking around behind him.
I reckon Jefferson definitely held something back just a touch. Just a little bit to be like, you know what, if I see him come, I've got something, I've got to move.
What a finish to the track program. There's been excitement all weekend, and that was no different. As we're back at the Javelin, yeah, the athletes have been reseated, and this is the final round. This will determine who takes home the medals. And it's the West Australian who's up. What can she do in this fourth and final round for the under-16 Javelin? Launches it out there. It's a good throw.
Patching.
With a throw of 16.23 from Victoria, Addie Melshire.
And she'll pass on to another West Australian. Pavlovich from West Australia. She gets one out there as well. That's the low 40 sort of mark.
I think it was around 45 for patching, which is a big throw. It looks like Tignani's next up. This is likely to be the last throw of the comp. Tignani is the reigning champion from juniors. Oh, that is a big throw.
That is.
She's happy about that.
It's out there. She'll wait for the distance. But that's probably going to surpass the seed that she came in with.
Yes.
She's happy.
The hugs. I'm thinking a new PB as the last throw of the competition. Let's see that scoreboard when he gives it a pivot. Yeah, keep going. A little bit more, a little bit, one more. 48.00. Bang.
What a throw and what a way to finish.
On the dot. Massive throw there from Angelina Tignani. 48.00, big PB.
So it really has been a wonderful 3 days here at the 2019 Australian All Schools Championships. We have seen some amazing performances over the weekend. We've shared in their excitement, and Perth has put on another beautiful day for us here at the West Australian Athletics Centre. And you can see there some nice pictures. But I tell you what, this weekend hasn't disappointed. We knew coming into it that there was going to be some top efforts on the track and in the field. But right now we're going to switch down to Na, who's got Tignani for a nice interview after a win in the Javelin.
Yes, I'm here with the winner of the Javelin, and congratulations on a great competition.
Thank you. I'm really happy. I wasn't going in very strong, but came out good in the end, I guess. Yeah.
And so what was your thoughts to get you through that competition if you weren't feeling super confident?
I kind of just chilled, I guess, spoke to myself. Yeah. Then I did it, so I was happy. Yeah.
Well, you should be really happy. And did anyone from St. Aidan's come here to support you?
Yeah, my whole Nitro team. So I think there's 7 of us. Yeah. So they're all, and a few teachers, yeah.
So will we be seeing you at Nitro tomorrow?
Yes, you will be in the senior team for St. Aidan's.
What events are you going to be competing in?
Shot put and javelin.
Well, you get another chance then on an amazing track.
Yes, thank you.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Na. Thanks, Angelina. Thank you, Na, for everything you've done for us this weekend. You've given us that inside knowledge for all those athletes, what they're feeling right after they, you know, effectively achieve their dreams on the track and in the field.
Yeah, most definitely. And there's been so many people who are obviously going to come away with so many great memories from these championships. We've seen national records, we've seen personal bests, we've seen meet records.
Friendships blossom.
Friendships are blossoming like flowers. We've seen under 12, under 20 qualifiers.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything we haven't seen.
No, well, there is one thing we haven't seen, the Coles Schools Nitro Challenge, which is tomorrow. So just because All Schools is wrapped up, there is plenty more. A lot of these athletes will be back again competing, a few more from their school, as we see the best sports track and field schools go head-to-head tomorrow, the Coles Nitro Schools Challenge. So stay tuned. I'm Matt Lynch. Thank you, Ben Offerains. Thank you, Nah. Thank you, everyone involved. Watch tomorrow.
Goodbye.
No.